Racing engines, 2 categories. TCR, the 2-litre 4-cylinder touring car class, and of course the GS category for what is effectively the International GT4 formula. Cars are already rolling on the warm-up lap. We're at the World Centre of Speed, just inland from the beach at Daytona International Speedway. All about endurance racing. Remember, the first ever race at DIS was an endurance race. 3.5 miles if you add in turn 1, the International Horseshoe, the West Horseshoe, and then turn 6 onto the speedway. Oh, and a little wiggle at the bus stop. The rest of it flat out blasts on the high banks that will, in just a few weeks' time, see the opener for the Cup Series, the Daytona 500. 4 hours in store for the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, the first race of the Michelin Pilot Challenge season, and Jeremy Shaw will run down the runners and riders for our first race of the season. Deep breath, Jeremy.
Are you ready? We will have 41 cars for the start of the 2021 season for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Should have been 42. Unfortunately, Ryan Hardwick's number 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche 718 Cayman will not start the race. Heavy crash in practice. So there'll be 24 GS cars and 17 TCRs. Starting at the back in the 41st position, had a transponder problem in qualifying, so did not set a time. This is the AOA Racing Audi RS3 LMS, car number 85, with Gino Manley, local driver from Jacksonville, at the wheel. Row 20 of the grid, Gavin Ernstone, car number 61, the Roadshagger Racing Audi, also did not set a time in qualifying and will start at the back. Another car that didn't set a time in qualifying is number 98, Brian Herter Autosport with Curb Agajanian, Hyundai Elantra NTCR, one of the 2 new Elantras in the field. That car had an engine problem in qualifying, did not take the start. It will be started by Ryan Norman, defending series champion. 38th position on the grid, Michael Johnson, that's car number 54, the Michael Johnson Racing Hyundai Veloster NTCR, switching across from an Audi for this year. Alongside a similar car for CB Motorsports in car number 81. He turned 16 just last week, but the family has a lot of experience here. His granddad won the Rolex 24 on 4 occasions. That'll be Chad Bacon starting that machine this afternoon. Greg Strelzoff will start car number 94. That's the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic TCR, one of 2 cars from that team. Alongside him, Taylor Hagler in car number 77, switching across to the Brian Herter Autosport with Curb Agajanian team with a Hyundai Veloster NTCR. Same team, the second of the Elantras, that's car number 33, will start 1 position ahead on the grid. That is Harry Gottsacker. Alongside him, Nelson Canache from Venezuela in car number 15, the Rockwell Autosport Development Audi RS3 LMS GSG. And then on the 16th row of the grid is the pair of Copeland Motorsports Hyundai Veloster NTCRs. Car number 51 by US Olympic snowboarder is AJ Muss. Alongside him, a teenager, Tyler Gonzalez, in car number 27. Row 15 of the grid, former series champion Mike Lamara will start the LA Honda World Racing Honda Civic TCR, that's car number 73. Alongside a similar car for VGMC Racing, car number 88 from Puerto Rico, is Victor Gonzalez. Row 2 of the grid in TCR, car number 17, Dr. Will Talley will start the Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsports Audi RS3 LMS with a sequential gearbox as opposed to the DSG box in the other Audis in this field. Alongside him, the Hyundai Veloster for Van der Steur Racing, car number 19, is Rudy Van der Steur. The front row of the grid, the Alfa Romeo, a brand new Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce TCR for KMW Motorsport for TMR Engineering. Car number 5 will be started by Tim Lewis. And on the pole position for Atlanta Speedworks in a Honda Civic TCR, car number 84, 17-year-old Robert Noaker, an excellent qualifying run. Moving on to the GS field, another car did not start in qualifying was Alan Brynjolfsson in car number 7 for Volt Racing, the Aston Martin. And we're getting ready for the start, I'm sorry. So we'll have to move very quickly. The top 5 on the grid, car number 38 is Tim Collingwood in the BMG Motorsports Porsche. Second row of the grid, Spencer Piggott, car number 3 for Motorsports in Action McLaren. Alongside him is Alex Papadopoulos for Fast MD Racing and Audi R8. And then on the front row of the grid, a similar Audi, car number 8 of Andrew Davis. And on the pole position is Kuno Whitmer for the 4th time. He's had 4 poles in this series, all of them at Daytona. That's car number 13, AWA McLaren 570S.
For the first time, officially, I think, we are having a split start here, which I think is a marvellous idea, because the TCRs at the front of their grid are very quick through the twisty bits, and we've got a lot of twisty bits early in the lap here at Daytona, and the likelihood of them catching the back of the GS field was more than a likelihood. I think it was pretty much a racing certainty, to be honest. We are underway in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge 2021 season for the BMW Endurance Challenge here at Daytona. Good afternoon if you are just joining us. Not too bad a day, to be honest. 15 degrees Celsius in the air, 25 on the track. Got our racing underway cleanly with 2 nice starts. Sitting at the back of the grid, the BGB 38 car showing signs of some new bodywork on that car after its trials and tribulations early in the week. But it's Kuno Whitmer who will lead down at the bus stop for the first time in the AWA McLaren 570S GT4. It's the number 13 car. It's already pulled a goodly lead. I'd say that was the better part of a second. Then the 2 Audis from McCann Racing and Fast MD, Andrew Davis and Alex Papadopoulos. Then the second of the McLarens, it's the Motorsport in Action car, and Alex Papadopoulos really getting down to business early. But here comes the drafting onto the tri-oval, 1, 2, 3 wide. That's Motorsport in Action's McLaren, the BMW. The yellow car is Turner Motorsports, and the single carbon with Peregrine Audi all in there, and they've sort of stayed in the same position, although they tried very much to make a liar of me. Jeremy Shaw, 2 nice clean starts, and with 4 hours on the clock, really that is what you want to see. A bit of sensible driving by everybody, not too much leaning, and we are underway for the Pilot Challenge for 2021.
Yeah, indeed so, John. Nice and clean there, and certainly good to see that IMSA has adopted the split start for the 2 categories, because too many times over the last couple of years we've seen incidents between the front of the TCR field and the back of the GS field, because the TCR cars are quick and certainly for most of the starting drivers are quicker than the slower GS cars. That always cause dramas at the beginning of the race. So I think that's an excellent decision by IMSA to make that call. And of course it will be the same tomorrow in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. There will be a split start again between the prototypes and the GT cars. We've done these before, of course, not for 7 years.
Some of the drivers have worked it between themselves as well, quite honestly, and the Paul sitting on the front row of the TCR category have sometimes just dropped away a little bit. It's been slightly frowned upon sometimes, but as Jeremy and I have pointed out, those TCR cars, proper racing cars, they create quite a lot of downforce actually, so they probably have a bit more aero than the GS cars, which are slippery and very quick, as we can see. Also good for drafting, with side-by-side action on the tri-oval, Audi on Audi, and round the outside, that is the change of position as they head onto the infield. So that's 3rd place now for Andrew Davis, and 2nd for Alex Papadopoulos. Kuno Whitmer leads by 1.2 seconds. The TCR category led at the moment by the Honda Civic of Atlanta Speedworks. This is the 84 Robert Noaker car, and he's pulled out nearly 2 seconds on the Alpha Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce. This is, as Jeremy mentioned in the countdown, in the grid rundown, a brand new car. Some detailed changes to this car. The Alfa, generally speaking, last year, when it went very quickly indeed. And so long as we didn't talk about what colour it was, it seemed to do all right. So I won't tell you that it's a blue and yellow car at the front of the field, just in case that is something to do with the curse of the commentator. 107.9 around the circuit and around the world at imsaradio.com. Whether you're at Daytona or further afield, welcome along. Shea Adam is our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. Welcome to the broadcast and to the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge season, Shea Adam. A couple of storylines at the beginning, one of which is, of course, we have a new manufacturer in the championship with the new GT4 Toyota.
We do. The Toyota, which is being run by Riley Technologies, a team that we know very well with a lot of prestigious history in IMSA competition, a Toyota Supra GT4, and it's being run in conjunction with Toyota of Central and South America. So it has 3 drivers who speak Spanish as their primary language: Alfredo Negri out of the Dominican Republic, Julian Santero out of Argentina, and Javier Quiros out of Costa Rica. Javier, who's actually got a lot of IMSA experience, but running in the IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge as a past. So all 3 of them getting up to speed with the brand new Toyota. Keep an eye out for it. It's white and red and bearing the number 14.
So that is yet another manufacturer to the IMSA fold. Alan Brynjolfsson in the bright yellow Volt Aston Martin, under pressure from the similar machine of Automatic Racing, and right in there as well is the Urban Grid Rebel Rock Racing Camaro, which was a loan Camaro this time last year, Jeremy Shaw, but now it has some company, and Frank Depew is not the only driver with a steering wheel that depicts the bow tie this year around.
Very true. Well, welcome back Team TGM with its pair of Chevrolets. They ran this race last year, but not thereafter, as Ted Giovanis was very mindful and otherwise engaged with trying to combat the coronavirus global pandemic. Great to see all those 3 Chevys running here this weekend. That number 7 car, however, the bright yellow Volt Racing Aston Martin, I'm impressed that car looks like as it does. It's not the car that should have taken part in qualifying yesterday, because the Aston Martin blew its engine in the previous practice session. Apparently there are no spare Aston Martin engines in the country, and the only option was to try and get a hold of another car, which they did, because the Not Lad Racing, run by RS1 team, making its debut in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge this weekend, does have a spare Aston Martin. They have loaned that car to Volt Racing with Archangel this weekend. That is the car that Alan Brynjolfsson had to start at the back of the field with, and already up into the 16th position and moving forward. That's car number 7, as Kuno Whitmer makes himself scarce at the front of the field.
Been a very good start by Kuno Whitmer. Couple of new shapes, or a new shape at least, in TCR this year as well. We've been used to seeing the Hyundai Veloster, the quirky 4-door coupe. Yes, 2 doors on one side, 1 on the other, plus the hatchback. Well, it's joined by the new for 2021 Elantra. This new build from Hyundai Motorsport Group in Europe, and Andrea Adamo, who also looks after the highly successful World Rally Championship programme as well as the TCR programme. And this Hyundai, Jeremy, although it may look similar to some of the other products, this has been quite an investment in time and effort by Hyundai, because it's not the same platform, and it's not even exactly the same development of engine.
No, indeed not. It's a completely different car. Unlike the switch that was made a couple of years ago from what was it?
I-30.
What did they run originally? What was the original car?
I-30 TCR.
The i30 TCR, indeed, to the Veloster. Yeah, the change to the Veloster, that was pretty much just a body change. But no, this one is completely different. Two of them in this race. Unfortunately, one of them had a problem yesterday and did not take part in qualifying, but will be expected to move forward in this race, although actually hasn't yet. Number 98 car, Ryan Norman, still runs at the back of the field, but still very much in contact with everybody else in TCR in these early stages.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. 10 minutes gone of the 4 hours of the BMW Endurance Challenge in Daytona for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge 2021. The first pit caller down the pit lane, and Shea Adam, this is not a regular pit stop for service.
Negative. If he pulls into his pit box, he would then need to do another lap down the pit lane. This is Hugh Plum in the number 46 Team TGM Camaro. Improper starting position, race control deemed, which means drive-through penalty. That has now been served, and Hugh is allowed to rejoin the track.
He's dropped an awful lot of real estate. That is a long pit lane, Jeremy, and it's a lot of slowing down before you get to the pit lane at a place where everybody is going absolutely pedal to the floor, and that's cost him dearly in terms of his track position, but he's just managed to steer. He is on the lead lap.
Indeed, so yeah, that's the good news, and that's a very surprising mistake for Hugh Plum. He is the third most experienced driver in the history of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, dating back to 2001, back in the Grand Am days. This is his 139th start. He'll be sharing this number 46 car with his brother Matt. And serious champions, these guys, done everything, won everything, not sort of expect mistake you expect them to make. Incidentally, Hugh Plum is also due to co-drive in the sister car, number 64 car, along with Ted Giovanis and Owen Trinkler. Owen Trinkler is the most experienced driver. This is a 161st start. That trio has a total coming into this race of 383 starts in this championship.
That's a few. That is a few, no doubt about that. I think we can say they know which way is up, although they'll be annoyed at that very early mistake. Welcome to Toyota Supra GT4, Toyota Gazoo Racing, the overarching brand for Toyota's motorsport programme, the headquarters of which are in Cologne in Germany. Started off as TME, Toyota Motorsport Europe, back in the rally car days. Expanded into Formula One, remember. Huge, full-size wind tunnel there, which a lot of other manufacturers used. Last time I was there, which is a wee while ago now, Ferrari Formula One were there because they were having trouble with the calibration of their own wind tunnel. A huge place. People ride bicycles around because the corridors are so long. It has become in recent years the home for the endurance racing program and now the GT programs as well, and this GT4 is the product of that. Big announcement from IMSA yesterday about the formation of a GT3 Pro category, so the class up from what we're seeing here in the Pilot Challenge, the Michelin Pilot Challenge. And that's going to cause some big changes, and I suspect it will also change how some of the manufacturers look at GT3, particularly those who don't have a GT3 product at the moment. Follows, by the way, that GT4 and then you step up into GT3. That is the way it works. TCR has been such a brilliant addition to the IMSA Michelin Pilots Challenge. These cars are built by the manufacturer's motorsport arms and come with a proper factory motorsport logbook racing chassis number. They didn't start life as a street car. They were built specifically as racing cars to the TCR International recommendations and formula. And indeed Marcello Lotti, who is the brains behind International Touring Cars, TCR, is at Daytona this weekend. Augusto Farfus demonstrating one of the new electric TCR cars, which has been wowing people around the circuit. And IMSA, in a partnership with Marcello Lotti, to run these cars in their championships, and rather sensibly, Jeremy, I think came to an arrangement with Marcello Lotti and the International TCR organisation to allow them to modify the balance of performance. They didn't have to take the global balance of performance from the models. They were gathering so much data themselves. They were allowed, and I think they're the first sanctioning body that has been allowed to do this. But it's not like they stick a finger in the wind at IMSA. It's all data driven.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, that was a really great call, I think, by Marcello Lotti's team there to enable IMSA to do that. It certainly worked out. I mean, last year over here at least, the Hyundais appeared to have a pretty significant advantage, and they were just kind of running away and hiding, and that led to a few people walking away from this series, including former series champion Mike Lamara, who's driving one of the only this weekend, LA Honda World Honda Civics. But they made some adjustments towards the end of last year. It was definitely a lot more equitable all around, no question about that. And this weekend, it might appear that the Hyundais aren't quite on a match with the Hyundai or the Honda, perhaps. Excuse me, not Honda, the Hondas or the Audis this weekend, perhaps. But I'm going to hold my judgment on that one until the end of this race, because we saw a couple of strong runs by Hyundai drivers in qualifying, perhaps not the factory team, but we saw Rudy van der Steur, who's a youngster. This was just his second start in this series. He qualified third, so if he can do it, so can the other guys in the quote-unquote, it's not a factory team, but it effectively is for Brian Herder Autosport with Curb Agajanian. And while we're on that subject, it's the Honda Civic of Robert Noeka who leads now by about a second and a half over the Alfa, and then a super battle for third position behind them, which is currently led now by the veteran Puerto Rican Victor Gonzalez, Mike Lamara right with him. And also in that battle is Gavin Ernstone, who very quickly has moved his way through the field after starting from the back. And along with them as well is Tyler Gonzalez. So we've got Gonzalez is at front and back of that little train of cars at the moment. That's kind of a 27 for Copeland Motorsports, another of the Hyundais.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, and it's hashtag R24 Radio for Rolex 24 Radio this weekend. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh, Shea Adam, your commentary team will be joined for the 24 hours by some more regular Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans voices. And good to hear from you wherever. Hello to Drew Adamson, who up in Boston preparing for the iRacing Championship, the Porsche Super Cup Championship this weekend, esports, and just managing to tear himself away and the rest of the team from preparation to watch the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge here at Daytona. Drew, always a pleasure to hear from you, and even more so to work with you. Wish you best of luck for another busy season, I'm sure, with iRacing. And hello as well to Robin Liddell, who I know is listening in the paddock and pit lane. We're on 107.9 FM and on the PA system here at Daytona as well, just to make sure. 3 hours, 41 minutes, 40, 39, 38, 37 seconds to go in this one, so barely 20 minutes has elapsed, and here's how they stand. Kuno Whitmer has run away and hidden in that McLaren 570S GT4. If you were trying to get a missile lock on him, you'd be struggling right now. Alex Papadopoulos in second, 5.5 seconds back, with a 3/10 gap between himself in the Audi number 83, the red and white car, and the red and white car of Andrew Davis, the McCann Racing car, in fourth. Turner Motorsports, Dylan Masheven in the 95 BMW is another 3/10 farther back, and then it's 5 seconds back to the car barn with Peregrine Audi R8 GT4, the number 93 car. In the TCR category, give you a quick update on that. Jeremy mentioned Robert Neuke for Atlanta Speedworks. 2.4 seconds to the good ahead of the KMW Motorsports with TMR Alfa Romeo Giulietta, the number 5 car. Then it is VGMC and the second of the Hondas, but that's 7.5 seconds back. So big gaps, unusually big gaps. But Gavin Ernstern's come right through from the back as we've got a problem on the race course. Get that into a moment. Gavin Ernstern is starting at the back. He's 40's way up to 4th position in the 61 Roadshagger racing car. The bad news is, if you are a Blue Oval fan, that the number 59 Ford Mustang has had contact and it's up in the wall. It's stopped on the high part of the banking. I can see smoke and a little bit of fluid coming out of it. It looks like it's had front end contact on that car. Resplendent in a very well-known livery from sports cars down the years. This is the Core Motorsports race for RP car, and fair play. It's in the runoff actually at turn 1, isn't it? I thought it was on the speedway, but then I was wondering why I couldn't see anybody driving past it. And now I've had a proper look. He's actually up on the banking, effectively in the runoff at turn 1 on the speedway. And I don't think that car's going anywhere. Shea Adam with this VP Racing Field Pit and Paddock report. What are you hearing from the team? Anything?
Nothing from the team as of yet, but that is Chuck Cassaro behind the wheel, a former champion in Trans Am competition in TA3 and in the GT category. He is a Ford guy through and through, but it looks like he had some contact, possibly rejoining the track at turn 6. Yeah, stopped on course at Speedway turn 1, so NASCAR turn 1, and race control trying to assess how to get to the car and then how to get it back.
Racetrack neutralised immediately, just as we were getting, Jeremy, into a bit of a groove there. And you and I think, are of the same mind. We like long green flag runs, and the reason that we like long green flag runs is because we like to see the way that the relative performance of these cars is playing out. And with barely 20 minutes, we've not really had a chance to see that, other than I think we can say that Kuno Whitmer and the McLaren are pretty quick at the start of a stint.
Yeah, indeed. He checked out there. He was 5.3 seconds ahead at the completion of both 8 and 9 laps. So basically half a second a lap he was pulling out on everybody. Has set the fastest lap of the race. That was a 1 minute 54.3. Put that into perspective, however, it's still a second and a half away outside the lap record that was set by the similar McLaren of Paul Holton a couple of years ago, 152.6. Kuno Whitmer's got a pretty remarkable record here at Daytona. His first start in this series here at this track was back in 2003, if you can believe it. That wasn't a particularly strong result, but next time back here was 2 years later in 07. He finished 3rd. Then it was in 08 he finished 2nd with the pole position. In 18 he finished 2nd with the pole position. In 19 he won the race. That was in the McLaren. And then last year he was on the pole position as he was this year as well. So all 4 of his poles in this series have come at Daytonas. He's had a win and 2 seconds and a 3rd, and he's already way out front until he was brought back by this full course caution.
At IMSA Radio, hashtag R24 Radio. Hello to Barnaby Scarf, listening to some live racing, tuning in on a Friday night. I'm presuming you must be in the UK. Nice to have an aperitif for the Rolex 24 with the Michelin Pilot Challenge in sound and vision. Also Phil Kinch, who's in Northampton in the UK. Oh, it's right on the edge of the carbon fibre triangle there, Phil. Good to know that you're tuned in, liking the look of the Hyundai Elantras this evening. They do look rather good. If you'd like to get in touch with us, you've got something you want to ask, or you have something you'd like to bring up, at IMSA Radio, hashtag R24 Radio. That's our hashtag for the whole weekend. And IMSA Radio, of course, is where you'll find us for the whole year. If you're outside of Daytona, listening on 107.9, I'm sure, at the circuit at the moment, or on the excellent public address system, it's www.imsaradio.com. That's our new portal for all things IMSA content in sound and vision for 2021. Yes, we still have the main website for everything else, but we decided that because there's so much IMSA content, it was probably a good idea to give it its own home. So www.imsaradio.com. We've just opened the pits for the GS cars. Shea Adam has this VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock report. It's definitely going to be a pit report this time, Shea.
Yeah, it is. So staying out, because that's easier to tell you who stayed out. The AWA McLaren of Kuno Whitmer, the 83 Audi of Alex Papadopoulos, and Noel Siegel, who's done a great job so far in the Carbon Audi, and Spencer Piggott in the Miat McLaren. Everybody else in GS so far coming down the pit lane. We've got Turner Motorsports into the pits. The number 95 and 96 both in the race this year, not both being driven by Robbie Foley. Bill Oberlin is in the 96 for the end of that one, but staying in the 95 for now. Just getting a new set of right side tires is Dylan McIvern. He has had quite the start, going from 6th place up to 4th. We've got fuel and tires for going just about everyone up and down the pit lane. The number 10 Mercedes is still in the box getting service. Anton Diaz Pereira set to drive in that car, but it was Bimmer World was one of the first cars back into the fast line. Nick Galante staying aboard that number 82 machine, as there is only one Bimmer World car in the field for today's race. First time in a long time that's happened. First car back out, though, was the first car on the lane. That would be the 8 of Andrew Davis rejoining in the McCann Racing Audi. Let's see if he can stay in that. And I believe he does. Yes, he does. Showing up as out second off the lane. Also, good stop from the Windward Racing crew. Russell Ward staying aboard that car. Fuel and tires for the Mercedes as well.
Shea Adam, and we'll open up the pit lane for the TCRs in a moment. Turner BMW number 95 heading out the pit lane. A little bit of change of tactics for Turner this year, Jeremy. Robbie Foley throughout the course of last year was often driving 2 cars. Not going to happen this year.
Indeed not. No, he has a dedicated co-driver for this year, Vin Barletta, who's been coaching now for 2 or 3 years. Vin and Robbie Foley will share the number 96 car, and they, even though the fact that last year Robbie was starting the race in number 95, then switching to the 96. They still managed to win a race in number 96 car, which was pretty remarkable last year. So that was the first win for Vin Barletta. Bill Oberlin, meanwhile, will share the number 95 car for the season with former series champion Dylan McIvern, who's from Burlington, Vermont, making his 50th start in this championship this weekend. That's the number 95 car for Turner Motorsport.
So now, if you're new to this and you think, well, why did only half the field come in there? That's because at the first time of asking, the pits are open for the cars in the top class only, that being the GS category, the GT4 cars. TCRs will get their chance next. It's worthwhile coming in, Jeremy. 40 minutes is what, about a third, little bit over a third of a stint for the TCR cars. They'll all come in, won't they?
Yeah, it's around about half a stint, probably, okay. for the TCRs. It'd be interesting. It's certainly the GS cars, they don't go nearly so long on their fuel as do the TCRs. We saw, I think, 5 GS cars did not come in. The 2 leaders, number 13 and 83, Nolan Siegel, as Shea was saying, number 93, he was running in the 5th position. The car behind him, Spencer Piggott, also did not stop. The only other one that didn't stop, I believe, was Ted Giovannis in the number 64 team TGM Chevrolet. He was at the back of the field, so now will gain track position for his next stint. That makes sense. He has not yet completed the minimum drive time for this race, which is 40 minutes. So he will stay at the wheel of that car until the 40 minutes elapse. And then, if he's got good track position, which he should have now, the 40 minutes will probably, won't be much longer than when we go back to green. So I would expect that 64 car to come in shortly after the green flag. And then they have 2 more drivers. First of all, it'll be Owen Trinker and then Hugh Plum to finish the race as we see pit stops for TCR.
And TCR cars in the pit lane, including our leader. It's Robert Noaker, who will stay behind the wheel of the 84 Honda for Atlanta Speedworks. No tire change going on there, just a little bit of fuel being added. Well, more than a little bit of fuel, let's face it, at this point in the race. Also into the pit lane, the number 88 Honda for their first ever pit stop as a team. The VGMC Racing Group doing a fairly good stop as back out onto the lane and right behind the Honda is the mighty Alfa, so fuel only for the Alfa as well. And then comes an Audi, a Honda, and the other Honda. So we didn't have the full spread of TCR cars coming down the pit lane. And our leader now, by dint of not pitting, is our race winner from a year ago. That's Gavin Ernstone in the Roadchecker Racing Audi, car number 61. Very smart strategy by that team.
The Elantra, one of the Elantras going out as well. Also the 54, the Simpson Racing car, that is sitting in. That's the red and white car. That's a Hyundai. That's a good story as well, Jeremy, with the guys. We are used to seeing these two driving together in TCR, Michael Johnson Racing and Stephen Simpson. And a new car for these guys this year, and that's not as easy as anybody else just changing cars for this particular driver pairing.
Indeed not, and the different colours as well. For those of you not familiar with Michael Johnson, he's one of my heroes in this sport, is Michael. He's 28 years of age now, from Mount Morris in Michigan, Flint area. He was paralysed from the chest down in a motorcycle accident at the age of 12. That was back in 2005. When I say motorcycle, that was a motorcycle racing accident, a dirt track motorcycle he raced back then. Was he daunted by that? Not a bit. He decided he wanted to try his hand at some karting after that, so he drove a kart with kart controls, moved from there to the Skip Barber Racing School, took part in their series, won several races, and then went professional as well. He was racing on the Road to Indy as well, and had some pretty strong finishes there, both in the USF 2000 and in what is now Indy Pro 2000. A remarkable character is Michael Johnson in that wheel of that car number 54 car.
Very interesting goings on on the pit lane at Copeland Motorsport. Shea, the team thought they were finished, but there was a safety issue spotted by one of the many of our IMSA officials down there on the pit lane.
I love the men and women on the pit lane who serve as the IMSA officials, and I miss all of you guys. They are there not to try and be the cops or the bad guys. They're there to try and help and to keep things safe. There was a lug nut that wasn't completely tightened on the Copeland Motorsports Hyundai car number 23. So rather than send it back out onto the racetrack and perhaps be a little bit risky out there, they pointed it out and said, hey, tighten that up before the car goes out, rather than make it come back down to the pit lane to serve a penalty and have to serve an additional trip down the pit lane in effect. They're out there to try and make sure that everyone's safe, and they're not there to try and punish per se. That's exactly what we do. We work together, and I love that.
Yeah, I think that's very smart officiating. We're under 3.5 hours to go. 3 hours 27 and 26:59, 8:765. If you are listening on IMSA Radio, channel RS2 at imsaradio.com. Around the world. And don't forget, tomorrow our Rolex 24-hour coverage here at Daytona, as well as being on the public address, as well as being on 107.9 around the circuit. Sirius XM picking us up again for 2021. So if you and your vehicle is so equipped, whether you're trackside or further afield, then Sirius XM loaning us their airwaves tomorrow and Sunday for the whole of the Rolex 24 Hours, and every single IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race will have the same facility throughout the season. Right, hope you've had a chance to, have a drink of your water, maybe a bite of your sandwich after that nasty looking incident for the Ford Mustang number 59. That car has been recovered, and we are about to form up and go back racing. It will be a single line restart, and we'll see the BMW safety car pull away. They're on the banking at turns 1 and 2 of the Speedway right now. Do you know, I said it had hit something, and now I can see the right hand side of that car. There's definitely been some contact, because the right front wheel is not at the same angle that the left front wheel is. So whether that was cause or effect, of course, difficult to know. But Jeremy Shaw has been doing a little bit of sleuthing on that core number 59.
Well, not necessarily that. I mean, the car's on the hook on the way back, so unlikely to get out in this race. But what's most significant about that core team is last year, you remember, they were running a different chassis. I mean, core has always been about Ford, because one of the team principals there, Dean Martin, he was a Ford development engineer for many, many years. They ran an Aston Martin last season for Nate Stacey and Kyle Marcelli, and they did fairly well. Oh yes, they won the championship, but Nate Stacey doesn't have the funding he had last year, isn't back. So at the moment, for Kyle Marcelli, the defending series champion, this was just a one-off ride for this year, with himself, Dean Martin, and then Chuck Cassaro brought in there at the last minute. Unfortunately, it looks like an early stop for that team. Most unfortunate, and we certainly hope to see Core Motorsports back in this championship. It's great to see them back with Ford, not so good to see that car on the flatbed on the way back to the garage.
90 minutes, the drive time share for the drivers as we go back to green, and a massive jump by both of the Audis. They go to the high side. Fantastic restart by Carbon with Peregrine. The grey, almost black and bright green car jumps out into the lead as they go down into turn 1. Fantastic jump by Nolan Siegel, the man from Palo Alto, California, and he gets out and away. The second of the Audis that tried to go with there was Fast MD Racing's Alex Papadopoulos in the number 83. The red and white car didn't quite get the same amount of momentum. So Siegel led across the line. Then it was Whitmer and Papadopoulos. Spencer Piggott right in there as well in the Motorsports in Action McLaren. That's the number 3 car. Meantime, the TCRs are having their own scrap, with Gavin Ernstone leading for Roadshagger Racing ahead of the Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsport Audi in second place, 61 from 17. Look at the Audis though, getting up to speed very, very quickly indeed, and a slight mistake there going into the tricky turn 6, and that's going to be a whole bunch of places lost by Ted Giovannis in the Team TGM. The blue chrome car just outbraked himself, got on the dirtier part of the track, and had at least, Jeremy, I think there, 3 or 4 cars going by. It might be that he's just making sure that he stays out of the way, because this is not his race right now, in fairness.
Absolutely right, John Hindhaugh. Yeah, you call that exactly right. You know, his job at this stage is just to keep the car in one piece and hand it over in one piece to the next driver in rotation, which will be Owen Schrinkler. So you know, he's not going to be too worried about being passed there, and that is just fine from his perspective.
Already seeing a drive through for an improper start procedure from the other Team TGM car. That was right at the start, and of course we've had a full course yellow for the number 59, which did have some damage to the right front. That brought everybody in to the pit lane. From most of the people in the pit lane, actually the top 4 cars on the track at the moment: the AWA McLaren number 13, the Audi R8 from Carbon in second, the 93, the 3 McLaren from Motorsport in Action and the Fast MD Audi. None of those cars have yet stopped. So the first car that has stopped is Andrew Davis. Welcome back, Andrew, to the championship. The number 8 McCann Racing Audi R8 GT4. Now, you might be asking, reasonably so, why would the top 4 not have come in? They're looking at drive times, getting their drivers through who need to get their drives in. They may be looking at a longer term. Remember, Jeremy Shaw, this is a much longer race than we normally have. 4 hours on the clock here. So right now, all right, you might get a little bit of an advantage, but right now you're still thinking probably 3 hours into the race. You've got to be thinking 3 hours down the road.
Yeah, that's right. Twice as long as our regular races. So the strategy is completely different. That's why some of the teams have elected to go with 3 drivers, most with 2, but some with 3. And that's one of the options I think that I like about the 4-hour race. It opens that up for teams to bring in an extra driver, give a bit of a taste, and/or split the load of the cost, one or the other. So I love these longer races. And number 61 car, that's Gavin Ernstone. Is in the 2nd position in the class. It's Dr. Will Talley who's doing a sensational job.
The restart started.
It was, yes, because Gavin led at the restart, so Dr. Will has taken the lead. He's a back surgeon from Athens in Georgia, making just his 2nd start. His first start last year was sharing this car in slightly different configuration with Mikey Taylor, finished 2nd. And he's now leading the race, and legitimately too. I mean, he was running in the top 4 before that caution period came out. He did not stop, as neither did the number 61 of Gavin Ernstone, nor Tim Lewis in the Alpha. No, the Alpha did stop, my apologies. Yeah. But he's really doing a super job in these early stages at the restart. Is Will Talley in car number 17.
Yeah, and Gavin had fought his way through from the back as well, because they didn't go in one of the sessions yesterday, did they? So I think he was scored before that full course yellow. He was scored in the top 5 as well. Shay, tell me about penalties. We get pit stops, sometimes we get penalties. We have here, new year, new season. Oh, forgotten the rule books, have we?
Forgotten where the pit lane speed limiter is supposed to be turned on and off. Day goes from bad to worse for Copeland Motorsport. They had that long stop with the 27 struggling with the lug nut, and then they went 6 clicks over the limit, so they had to come back down the pit lane to serve a drive-through. It's Tyler Gonzalez who's currently behind the wheel of the Copeland Hyundai, running in 17th in class, but now coming into the pit lane to serve that drive-through, so it's going to get worse.
One of the youngsters in this race. So he's learning the hard way, but tell you what, there's that pair in the number 27 car, Tyler Maxson and Tyler Gonzalez, combined ages at 32, which is less than most of the drivers in this whole race, I think, actually. Pretty remarkable kids, both of them, and for sure there will be they will work their way back up through the field. And you talked about it, John, the fact that some cars pitted and some didn't during that caution. There's all sorts of different reasons.
Jeremy, got a problem on the track, and there's been a significant rotation out on the circuit. Was it just dust and tyre smoke, or was it something more significant? It looked like it's a full course yellow. It looked like one of the TCR cars. I think it was the 73. I'm correct. Not entirely certain on that because I didn't see it very much, but it definitely was a Honda. The
2nd place, John.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yeah, it was the 73 Mike Lamar and Matt Pombo LA Honda World Car 73 car, and they have, I think, that looks like they have got an engine problem. Now, is that fire under the hood, or is it just overheating? It is certainly mechanical. Yeah. I think some of the interior were making a bid for freedom to the outside world. My goodness, that was a really big blow up. A lot of white smoke coming out of the exhaust of that car. That often means a turbo or a turbo seal has gone. They're having a look. There's no fire underneath the bonnet, underneath the hood, in the engine compartment. That's the good news. And also the good news is the driver is out, but desperately bad news, Jeremy, as you say. The Hondas looking really good this weekend, and that white and blue car from LA Honda World was right at the sharp end.
Yeah, it certainly was. Mike was running there up in the top three and it was looking good, so that's to be a major disappointment for that LA Honda World team. Very disappointing. They're running just the one Honda this year, but the LAP team is running also a Mercedes in the GS class for, that's car number 10 for Anton Diaz Pereira, who started the car and will be sharing it during this race with two very talented guys, Colin Brown and Scott Andrews, which is from Australia as well. So that car will be carrying the flag for LAP for the remainder of this event.
After just about 45 minutes, we're already into our second full course yellow. Hello, Carol Brink. Nice to know that you're tuned in California at IMSA Radio. And don't forget, you can, even if you are in the US, if you'd prefer the commentary from Jeremy Shea, well, probably not me, but Jeremy and Shea's insights, then it's quite easy to sync that up with however you're watching at IMSA Radio if you'd like to get in touch with us, and it's www.imsaradio.com. and the LA Honda World car is being pulled back on the end of a tow rope. Everything's pointing in the right direction, and just as Nick Damon might say, some of the uppy downy and roundy and bang pop suck things probably aren't functioning quite as well as they did a little while. This has come. Oh, Adam, hang on. Shea, Adam, you've got a Hyundai in the pit lane. Is that the same Copeland car? It is, isn't it?
Yep, it's not a good day for these guys. Car number 27 in the pit lane again. They came down, they served their drive-through penalty. They went back out on the track, and then they came back down the pit lane again. The hood went up. There were 3 crew members looking at the engine bay, not really touching anything, just looking. And now permission has been given. That car will be pushed back behind the wall, and it's going back to the garage.
Jeremy Shaw, this could be very good time indeed for Ted Giovanis for the timing of this second full course yellow.
Yeah, if the yellow had come out a lap earlier, it wouldn't have been so good, because this is a short yellow. It's within 15 minutes of the previous restart, so the pits would not be opened usually during this full course caution. But the number 64 car of Ted Giovanis was into the pits, as we suggested, right before, I believe, certainly hope, the caution period came out. So Ted Giovanis has already handed that car over to Owen Trinkler, and I presume will have remained on the lead lap. I have to wait for confirmation on that one before they come around again. But the stop was made before the caution came out, so the stop is legitimate. Ted Giovanis has completed his minimum 40-minute drive time, so he is done. It'll now be Owen Trinkler, and then later on Hugh Plum will take over for the final stint. Kuno Wittmann, meanwhile, we saw him lose the lead at the restart, very quickly regained it, but Nolan Siegel remains in second place.
Intriguing, he says. So Ted Giovanis, Shea, Adam, probably done for today. However, on Saturday and Sunday, he's got to do the small matter of
4.5 hours. So he's done, gets a nice little break, but not done for the weekend yet. Don't hang up the Hans device.
Yes, dry out all the race gear. Back to racing again, and the McLaren jumps away for AWA, and Kuno Wittmann's got it back at the front of the field. Then a whole phalanx of GS cars turning into the first couple of corners. 2.5, nearly 3 wide. I think it was 3 wide at various parts down the field. But Wittmann gets a great start. He had half a second by the time they went across the line. This is cracking racing, you know. I just want to see us get into a little bit of a rhythm and see how far we can go. Been talking to some of the GS teams. They're saying round about 48 to 50 minutes. A little bit more, obviously, if there's been a little bit of yellow flag running. And that means that the race, Jeremy, does not easily split up the fuel loads, rather, don't easily split up the race if you're only getting 48 to 50 minutes in the GS category. You've got to do a bit of planning and scheming, and using those yellows that we've just had might just make those decisions a little easier.
Yeah, it'll certainly make it a little bit easier for the cars that did not make that pit stop the first opportunity 10 or 15 minutes ago, and there were in GS there were just 5 of those, one of which has been in the pit since then, that being the number 64 car. So in TCR, it's still Tally and Ernst have a super ding-dong battle there. They seem to be going back and forth in those first 2 positions. The Alfa Tim Lewis hanging there in 3rd position. Nelson Canache running in 4th position from Venezuela, car number 15. That's a new entry this year for Rockwell Autosport Development. That's Alex Rockwell. He and his longtime buddy Mike Moore, longtime club racers. Alex Rockwell is a dentist by profession, not a dentist by profession, and they're running very nicely now in the 4th position ahead of the pole sitter Robert Noaker in car number 84.
Just some news on the number 27 that got the pit lane speed limiter. We think it was on going out. Zabzi has tweeted at IMSA Radio using the hashtag R24 Radio, said as the car was leaving the pit lane, it looked like they went off the speed limiter as if it was the 2017 pit exit. Somebody may have forgot to tell them that it's around the corner because of where the Michelin tyre readers are. All the tyres have got chips in them nowadays, and the pit lane speed limiter is not until after you've gone through that, and so it's not in the line of fire for anybody having issues coming out of the pits or coming down off the banking, because it has been clobbered before. It's been moved around the corner in the last couple of 3 seasons. Good spot, Zabzi, on that. Steve Tadman asking us, why is GT4 here called GS? That goes back to the beginnings of this category of racing. To be honest, Steve, what we used to have was ST for street tuner, home-built cars almost, and then the bigger engine, more free, that were called GS for Grand Sport. When GT4 became prevalent and there were plenty of cars available, basically GT4 moved into being the top class. That was the new formula, but the Grand Sport, the GS moniker, remained. And for a while, actually, we still had ST as well as TCR, but now the TCR is the substantive second class and back to just the second class. Problem for Alan Brynjolfsson, is it down onto the pit lane? He has made a pit stop already, so there's no real need for him to come in now. Shea Adam, what's the news from the team?
This is not good. The maximum drive time for any one driver is 2 hours and 30 minutes. We have 3 hours and 8 minutes to go, meaning that Brynjolfsson cannot get out of the car and hand over to Trent Hinman at this point in time, because Trent could not take it to the checkered flag, and Brynjolfsson would have to get back into the car. There's some damage to the right rear of the car, a little bit of the old paint actually showing through, and they are doing fuel and tires for Alan. So perhaps it was something as simple as maybe a spin that would have thrown him into a need for new Michelin tires, but 4 new ones going on the car, as well as a full load of fuel. Let's see, the fuel load has come out. Okay, so now they're losing time changing the left side tires as well, but they are doing all 4. I'll check in with my contacts at the team and get back to you.
Oh, do you know what? Winter's officially over. I'm hearing air guns. Actually, I'm hearing one air gun that was going on a bit too long there. Sounds like they might have had a bit of a problem on the front of that car, or is it just blowing out some excess air? It wasn't that easy to get the air jack out, and this is a long stop, Jeremy, for the Aston Martin number 7.
It is. It's a bit smoky there as well. He has rejoined, of course. We talked about that car earlier on, having the engine failure yesterday. This is not the Archangel Volt team's usual car. It's borrowed from RS1 and Not Lad Racing. Matt Dalton, the team principal there. Matt Dalton is driving currently in the number 23 car in the 19th position. He'll be sharing that Aston Martin with Patrick Gallagher. Great to see Patrick back again. So yeah, one hopes that that's not going to be a terminal problem. It's certainly been a very disappointing, week so far for Alain Brynjolfsson, because he was involved very early in the prototype challenge race last weekend in an accident, finished a long way back, and this weekend they had the engine blow up yesterday, and now having started from the back, he worked his way nicely through to the midfield in his first stint, but now dropped back again.
Ian McCarthy is in a very, very cold east of Hungary. Essential viewing on the IMSA weekend, the best support series, plural, in the business. He's tuned in, watching in sound and vision via IMSARadio.com. Thank you, Ian. Keep yourself warm there. Hope you've got something pleasant to sustain you through the next 3 hours and nearly 6 minutes as the battles throughout this field continue. It's already been a cracker. Now let's settle down and see if we can get some good racing in. Kuno Wittmer wants that, Jeremy, because every time we do get extended green flag period, he drives away from the pack. 4.1 seconds the gap now to Alex Papadopoulos in the red and white Audi. He's under pressure from the Carbon car, which goes down the inside now under braking into the first left-handed part of the bus stop, and I think he may have got that pass done there, and the smoky Aston, the Volt car, is on the apron, so at the moment not a problem. Let's see if Alan can get that car back to the pit lane. Let's hope he does and we stay green, but that does not bode well. The Peregrine car did get through, but now a bit of drafting, and it's the Turner BMW that effectively helps the Audi of Papadopoulos back into position. Then he dives into the pit lane and through goes Turner Motorsport and Dylan McEvan to second position. McLaren, BMW, Audi, then Andrew Davis and Papadopoulos into the pit lane. Now he has already had one stop, so this is interesting as well. Shea Adam is watching with this pit and paddock update from VP Racing Fuel.
I didn't think that Papadopoulos came down the pit lane that first time, but
no,
I could
you're
be
right.
mistaken.
That's my mistake. Sorry, he did not.
Fast MD has a lot of experience running in this series and its former iterations, but they do not have experience doing GS pit stops. So this is their first experience of that. Alex Papadopoulos will be staying behind the wheel. Needed fuel and needed tires that he'll be handing over to James Vance a little bit later on, once the minimum drive time has been met and once it fits into their strategy. The number 7 is back on the pit lane as well. That is the Aston Martin of Archangel Racing with Volt. They had a flat right rear tire the first time, which necessitated them coming back down the pit lane. We'll have to see if it's the same problem here once again. Maybe it's suspension related, not the tire. Yep, they've got the blocks going up. They're going to put the car up on the hijacks and take a look underneath it.
Yeah, that is not a good look for that Aston Martin. It looks like they may have some kind of lower wishbone issue there, because it did look when the car was up on the jacks the last time. I almost mentioned it, wish I had now, but looked like that right rear wheel was dangling at an unusual angle. Let me just correct myself. Our timing and scoring updated so quickly that in fact I saw the number 1. That was the first pit stop for Papadopoulos, and the car has now rejoined with Alex behind the wheel. So Alex has stayed aboard that red and white machine, back out onto the racetrack in the number 83. Pace beginning to pick up, lots of green on the top of the timing and scoring as people get up to pace. In for the number 13, this is the man from the lead, Kuno Wittmer. Shea?
He's in, and it is a driver change. This is expected. Ori Fidani is the second driver of this car. The Canadian, who is looking very much forward, trying to get some laps. They were planning to do a full season last year, was AWA. That got COVID affected, and they wound up running north of the border instead. So they're back in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, where they claimed the pole position last year. A bit of unfinished business, though, for this team, as they couldn't bring home the win last year from the pole, looking to try and do it this time around. They have one air gun over the wall because it's a McLaren, one central locking lug nut. Makes their pit stops a little bit quicker than those with the 5 lug nuts, meaning one air gun instead of 2. They've changed all 4 of the Michelin tires. Now they finish fueling the car. They lift the pit board and tell Ori to go. He waits about 3 seconds, but then continues on his merry way.
FAP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock Report from Shea Adam. Do you know what I like about that, Jeremy? Just how unfussed the getaway was from that car. Absolutely no doubt to me, by the way, that Volt car's had at least one bang, because it was not sitting, that suspension was not sitting correctly at the back.
Yeah, good point. It didn't look right, did it? So pit stop there for the erstwhile leader. The number 93 car, by the way, also came into the pits on that lap around. That was Nolan Seal, a 16-year-old from Palo Alto, California. His dad, Mark, generally drives this car, but not doing so this weekend. And it'll be Tyler McQuarrie, who the champion of this series from 2 years ago for this car barn with the Peregrine team, who'll be sharing a driving also with Tom Dyer this afternoon.
I don't think this has quite worked for those 4 cars that didn't stop, Jeremy. Spencer Piggott's still out there getting great fuel mileage from the Motorsport in Action car, but he's the only one that hasn't stopped. And those 4 that stayed out and didn't take the opportunity, they're losing a lot of real estate. All right, they're still going to be on the lead lap, and yes, I accept, we've only done an hour of the 4, but I'm not sure that gamble actually paid off.
Well, yeah, long way to go. They might need some caution to help them out, but even that's difficult to say at this stage in the race with such a long way to go. Tell you what, who it has worked out for, though, well, at least the caution period, is Hugh Plum, having made that drive-through penalty at the very beginning of the race, is now up into second place in car number 46. That's a remarkable effort by Hugh Plum. There was some bleating from some of the Chevrolet drivers that they had been hit by the balance of performance coming into this weekend. 30 kilos added to the Chevrolet over the winter, but Hugh Plum hasn't slowed him down at all. He's doing a super job, up in the second position now, ahead of Andrew Davis. Spencer Piggott, as you say, really doing a fine job, but his first ever drive in a quote-unquote sedan or this sort of car anyhow in this championship, in the MIA McLaren in 4th position. And Russell Ward has had a pretty quiet week so far for Winward Racing. The lone Winward Mercedes in this race, car number 4, running in 5th position.
Great looking new TCR from Hyundai, and one of the new and one of the old together on the banking at the moment, the Elantra, the number 98 car. Sort of a 4-door coupe idea, not dissimilar to the i30N hatchback, but it's not exactly the same platform. The i30 fastback, should I say. There's a hint of Audi Quattro blistered wheel arches on that car as well. It's a really nice design. The Veloster, a little bit shorter, looks shorter visually at least, and that being a little coupe, a little bit smaller coupe, more a 2+2 rather than the 4-door 4-seat of the Elantra. It's been developed by Hyundai Motorsport Group, the same people who look after their various rally cars, and that 2-litre engine in there is not the same as what we've seen before in the past. Hyundai really making a big deal about their N brand. That's their performance brand. So if you see N on a Hyundai, then you know it's something a little bit special. Onto the high banking for the number 56 Murillo racing car, Jeff Mosing, and he's got right above him the Optima Batteries number 82, and that's Nick Galante. They're battling for 7th and 8th position. Looks like Nick's going to get the best of it going down. It's interesting that, because the Murillo Mercedes really punched off the turn 6 better. He stayed low, but the BMW got up to speed. We've seen this before. Yeah. These cars, Jeremy, yes, there's balance of performance, but it doesn't mean they're all doing exactly the same at the same part of the racing circuit. They still have their strengths, relative strengths and weaknesses, and that's great, because that's what variety's about.
Very good point, as you're fond of saying. they make their speed in different places on the racetrack, and that is cool. That is what makes this racing exciting. And the different tracks suit different cars in different ways. This track certainly suits the McLaren, as Spencer Pigot brings the MIA car.
First pit stop. First pit stop for Mia.
That's right. The last car to make its first pit stop during this race, at least in GS. There's a couple of TCR cars that haven't pitted yet. Sheena Monk climbing aboard that car for her first stint of the day. Dylan McEvan then runs in the lead. He has set, by the way, the fastest lap of the race. He did that right after we went back to green at a 1:54.034, so quicker than Kuno Whitmer, who had been running away with this race in the McLaren, John. Also a pit stop here for number 38, that is Thomas Collingwood. Great qualifying run by Thomas to put that Porsche Cayman 718 Club Sport for BGB Motorsports in the top 5, by far his best qualifying run. He will be sharing this car with John Teesey, who is his longtime coach and co-driver, and also Spencer Pumpelly, who will bring this car home to the finish. And Spencer Pumpelly and this car are fast, and if you'd asked me before the race who would be my favourite to win, it might well be that BGB car, if Tom Collingwood, who kept it clean during that race. He fell back down the order just a little bit, but was running in the 9th position before he brought the car onto pit lane just now, so good job by Tom. And now John Teesey will drive that middle stint in car number 38.
That was a very, very long pit stop for that Mia McLaren, Motorsport in Action McLaren. Everything was done and they were still getting the driver settled. You should, on a pit stop like that, and remember that was its first pit stop, so it's used all the fuel. Spencer, I'm not saying he was on the fumes, but he could have been far off it, so maybe a little bit of winter rustiness blowing the cobwebs out there, but that cost them a good 4 or 5 seconds, I reckon, Shea Adam.
Yeah, very much so. And considering also it's the first time that they've done the driver change in a race from Spencer Pigot to Sheena Monk. And driver changes are difficult. You have to practice them over and over and over again. And then even so, in the race, in the heat of the moment, things tend to get mixed up. So a belt could get sat on or whatever. But it's something that they can keep their heads down and recover from. There's still 2 hours and 54 minutes to go of this race. And Sheena now needs to drive the car for about 80 minutes, I would guess, to try and get it to the point where then Spencer can get back in and take it to the end.
Just noticing as well a couple of drivers that we were talking about early on, Jeremy, who are doing exactly what's expected of them from their teams. Frank Depew was right among the thick of it earlier on, sits in 9th position at the moment. All right, he's 27.5 seconds off the lead, but he's sitting very tidily there in the middle of that pack, heading just a line of a couple of 3 cars, actually. His job is to keep that car dead straight, try and keep it on the lead lap and give it to Robin Liddell to bring that car home.
Absolutely right, John. And Frank Depew is having a great battle, has done all the way through this race with Vin Barletta in the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. Exactly the same scenario in that team as well. It's up to Vin to bring that car to the pit stop with his minimum drive time completed. As Shea was just saying, that's about 80 minutes in this race. And then hand it over to Robbie Foley to run to the end and hopefully challenge for the win, because we have seen this week already that all the BMWs here are quick.
Frank's second stint in that car, remember he came in when the yellow was on, started just after the hour, so he's been in there 38 minutes. He's had four laps of yellow. Add that to the 12 laps that he had at the beginning, which was about half an hour. He's going to be tight to get to his driver time on this stint. And reminder, of course, that time spent, Shea Adam, in the pit lane does not count for what?
Does not count for anything. It's only good for your ego to be behind the wheel for that little bit of extra time. But yes, from pit in to pit out, that time, it's almost as if you've entered a time machine. It doesn't exist anywhere.
You are in the time-space continuum. Gavin Ernstone has come into the pit lane and he's followed in by the car with which he's been having the battle. That was the two cars right at the sharp end of TCR, the two Audis, the Roadshagger and the Unitronic JDC car. So they're now making their pit stops. That was a good run from Gavin. He'll be pleased with that. Meanwhile, out on the circuit, it's McLaren versus Carbon Autosport Audi, Carbon Peregrine Racing Audi, should I say. Those guys a little bit further down the field after their stops. Full service for Roadshagger, Shea Adam.
Fuel and front tires, new Michelin's going on this car because the back tires are just there to hold the exhaust up on a TCR machine. Beautifully done by Roadshagger Racing. Front tire change done, car comes off the air jacks, still waiting on the fuel. Gavin Ernstone's got to be smiling under his helmet right now as he gets ready to take the Audi back out on the track.
If you've just joined us, welcome along. We've still got 2 hours and 50 minutes and a bit more as the Unitronic, very, very attractive yellow, white, black with the Audi rhombus on the roof, the Audi Sport rhombus. Oh, side-by-side race off pit lane for those two Audis. They came in nose to tail, they'll go out tail to nose. Fantastic stuff, and the battle is rejoined. Gavin Ernstone, I thought I saw Gavin get out of that car and John get in, but I'll just confirm that as they come round. No, he stayed in. So
it wouldn't be yet. They can't reach minimum time as of yet for the drive time for the second driver. So Gavin is still in that car as far as the 61 is concerned. But for the 17, the other Audi, the one that came out with its nose
spin
behind.
Frank Depew's gone round at the exit of the International Horseshoe. He was in close competition with Finn Barletta and Rob Eklund, and also going through some traffic. Now, the problem is he's facing the wrong direction. He's got to wait for a gap in the traffic, which he does very nicely. Gets the car out the way. There's a bit of hard standing, which he does a quick flick turn on, lights up the rear Michelins, and he's pointing in the right direction again. So, bit of an uptick in the heartbeat for Frank there. Now he's got to forget that, get the tyres clean, and continue racing. That's a shame because he was doing exactly what he needed to do. Part of the old racetrack there, Jeremy, that he had to use to get back pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, the International Horseshoe, well, that turn 3 was a bit further down in the old days, and it was shortened, I know, quite a lot of years ago now, I guess. But at least it's paved. That's the good news. He's able to use it. And use it.
And it is used as a standby for the rescue vehicles. And there's also an opportunity. There's a gate there that you can double back and get somebody towed back into the paddock, should it be required. We've seen that happen in the past, not just in this race, but in the Rolex 24 as well. Toyota, a very quiet Toyota Supra. I'm turning up the onboard. I mean, always wear earplugs in a race car, but I think you could have the radio on in that and you'd be able to hear it. That is extremely quiet, that Toyota Supra GT4 GR, Gazoo Racing. Welcome to the competition for them. Not sure Yacht Rock radio works in the GR Supra. Maybe a bit of highway. I do like a bit of highway on Sirius XM. It's one of my favourites, one of my go-tos. So Hyundais then, Jeremy. Last year we know they dominated. Brian Herder Autosport and their customer teams did a cracking job. At the moment, it's the Alfa that leads by 1.6 seconds from Atlanta Speedworks in second in the yellow and blue number 84 Honda. Then the first of the Hyundais, and that's the Van der Steur racing car.
Yeah, that Van der Steur car has been the quickest of the Hyundais pretty much all this week. The youngster there, Rory Van der Steur, is really doing a nice job in that kind of a 19. Just 20 years of age, from Chesapeake City in Maryland. His dad and I think uncle used to race P2 cars. You might remember back in a few years ago. He started off karting at the age of 7, did Rudy, and he made his debut in car racing his professional car race debut at the final race of last year. He had a different co-driver then, but he'd be joined for the rest of this season, I believe, by Dennis Dupont, who's from Belgium, although living now in Montreal because he's going to make a home in the at least in North America for this Michelin Pilot Challenge season, doing a super job there in that number 19 car is Rudy van der Steur.
Shea Adam, I said that Vin Barletta in the Turner Motorsport BMW and Frank Depew in the Urban Grid Rebel Rock Camaro were in close company. It seems as though that spin might not have happened on its own.
Nope, race control is currently investigating whether or not there was any foul play or a bumper shared. And it has just come in, no further action, inconclusive. So they couldn't get a good enough camera angle to make a call one way or the other.
Okay, thank you for keeping up on that, but Frank maybe then a little bit disappointed. Leader in TCR under pressure. The Atlanta Speedworks car right on his tail now. In there as well is the number 17, and that car is not in that fight and indeed pulls out of the way. The white, blue and yellow Audi RS, fantastic colours that. So the leaders are allowed now to really battle it out. The 2-litre engines in these cars, front wheel drive mandated, and about 340 brake horsepower with 4-cylinder inline engines. Super competitive across the world. An awful lot of manufacturers have jumped into the TCR category, and of course the idea was that they were to replace Super Touring in 25-30 minute races. They have indeed become the World Touring Car Championship, but they very quickly became a staple of long distance racing right up to 24 hours in some of the series that we talk about on our sister channels, including the Dubai 24, which was a couple of weekends ago. Absolutely fantastic, and they have been super reliable. Although, as I say that, of course, and the 88 car, which that's the car we saw with troubles earlier on, and there's smoke coming out from underneath that car. Is that a tyre rub? No, I don't think it is. I'm reminded that WTCR is not a World Championship. It is at the moment just a cup. It's the World Touring Car Cup, in fact. Shea Adam, an interesting driver change down on pit lane for this VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock Report.
We've just had two people thinking that there will be 5 minutes or thereabouts that they will be spending in the pit lane before the end of this race. The number 71, the Camaro that we were just talking about for Rebel Rock Racing, has now ticked over to Robin Liddell. And the 82 Bimmer World BMW now shows James Clay behind the wheel. Now, the maximum drive time for any one driver is 2 hours and 40 minutes, 40, meaning that with 2 hours and 45 minutes left on the clock and the time not counting from pit in to pit out, they are hoping that they can get this done with 5 minutes spent in the pit lane and their drivers not going over maximum time. Now, the interesting thing, drive time elapses when the lead car crosses the checkered flag line. So potentially that could be a minute or two even after the maximum time has elapsed. So we could see two cars go over drive time, even though they think they played it perfect.
Looks like we might be getting a full course yellow here, because that Honda has not. This is the 88 car that we were talking about, and we'll see a raft of people, I think, now diving into the pit lane, because the VGMC racing car has ground to a halt right on the entrance to the bus stop, and Andrew Davis for McCann Racing in the red, white and grey car has come into the pit lane. There's a local yellow there at the moment who's sweating on this. Nobody needs the pit stop right now, but we've had a few people just taking their pit stop. Who does this benefit, Jeremy?
Well, no, I think they're not far short of pit stop time. So for quite a few of these cars, so
actually,
it would be,
23 laps for Dylan McAvern in that car. So he's been in for 50 minutes in that car. Now there was a little bit of yellow in that. So you're spot on. If the yellow flag comes out now, the pits will be closed until everybody gets in behind the safety car. I think Race Control is giving everybody a chance to come in under green here, but they can't keep this going forever. So if you're at the front of the field and you don't come in, you might feel a bit of aggrieved, but they've been given a chance here, Jeremy, I reckon, by Race Control.
Definitely. I mean, the car there is very visible. Everybody knows about it. The spotters all know about it. They can tell their teams and drivers. So, it's not as if there's nobody in any peril there necessarily, as long as everybody is paying attention. The car has just come to a halt, it would appear. So that's why they're doing that. Interestingly, Turner Motorsport did not come in, which is a surprise because Don Salama is the master of pit strategies, or one of the masters of pit strategies. Oh, he is now getting an opportunity to come in. What I was going to say was that I thought he'd already gone past the pit entrance when the yellow was shown.
Right.
And I think that is exactly what has happened. Hats off there to Race Control. Allow everybody an opportunity to make this pit stop. Well done.
Yeah, and you know why that is, Jeremy, and you and I have talked about this before. That's because we've got race folk in Race Control, surprisingly, perhaps, for IMSA. They are all racing people, and they understand. They're reading the race, as we're trying to do, and as all the competitors are trying to do. It would have been easy to just hit the big yellow button there and disadvantage the cars that were at the lead of the GS category. They've given them one more lap. As you said, it didn't have to be neutralised straight away. There's not a safety issue. If it'd been a safety issue, we'd have gone yellow straight away, no doubt. I think that's a great call by Race Control, Jeremy.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the time of this pit stop is it's just less than an hour and 20 minutes. And I think, Shay, is that right? That yeah, it is, isn't it? Because it's a 4-hour race. The maximum drive time is 2 hours and 40 minutes, so that leaves an hour and 20. So it is slightly early if you're a 2-driver car to make your driver change at this stage and have the first driver have completed his minimum, what is effectively his minimum time. The minimum drive time for any driver is 40 minutes, but crucially, as Shay was pointing out early on, the maximum drive time is 2 hours and 40. Therefore, for a 2-driver car, the minimum driver time for the second driver is an hour and 20.
Well, things are going to be turned upside down for a wee moment as the TGM Camaro, one of the TGM Camaros, goes past the stricken Honda on the back straight. We have the AMG Porsche Cayenne safety vehicle at the side and the rear of the car, pulling up as it would on the highway if you were getting some breakdown assistance, providing some cover there. And one of the tow trucks as well, one of the Chevrolet tow trucks, the official vehicles of IMSA. That car, again, it looks like all the wheels are on, there's nothing on fire. The likelihood that will tow back, Jeremy, and it actually won't take that long. And by the time everybody's cycled through the pits, and we do have now, we've had the 84 Speedworks car in the pits there, and Shay, just tell me, did they get in before the full course yellow was called?
I thought I saw them in the pit lane before it started flashing yellow. It's still showing his Noaker behind the wheel of that car, though, which means that they haven't yet handed over to Brian Henderson. So a lot of drive time for the youngster. But yes, I think they did make it in.
Okay. Obviously, once the yellow comes out, the pits are closed for a while. And only when the safety car's picked up the leader and we've got everything sorted out, do they open first for the GS and then for the TCR runners. And he said ST there, having been talking about the old categories earlier on.
Yeah, John, as Shane was talking about earlier on, the minimum drive time conundrum for the teams is complicated by the fact that any time spent on pit lane does not count toward that drive time. So quite a few of these cars have already been in the pits once. That time spent on the pit lane does not count, and that is something that these teams have to take into account.
Yeah, and on the other side of that, though, you can use that to your advantage if you're getting close to your maximum time and you know the car's going to be in the pit lane for another couple of, if you've got 2 hours and 42 minutes to run before the end of the race, your driver won't get 2 hours and 40 minutes on the track, Jeremy, because he will be in the pit lane for some of that. So it works both ways, but you've got to be aware of that and work your matrix the right way, because you get it wrong either way. We've seen small errors making huge differences.
Yeah, and you're talking to strategies. It's so easy to make the wrong call, but for the right reason. And just before we went to yellow, you pointed out number 17 car was a lap down in TCR.
Yeah.
It was, but you might remember that's the same car, Dr. Will Talley, who was doing such a fabulous job and running with the leaders in the early stages. Just heard from Mikey Taylor, who is in the pits, and he's explained it this way. They kept Will out early on. He did not make the stop early on, but he did stop under green. Chris Miller took over at the wheel of that car, and I think the stop was a little bit slower than anticipated. He did lose a lap. So Chris Miller is driving the number 17 car right now. He is a lap down to the leaders, but he will not need to make a pit stop if and when the other cars come in now. So he should get back on the lead lap.
And in fairness, Jeremy, Chris Miller was very respectful, because we saw the leaders go past him as they were coming out of turn 1 into turn 2. They were having their own battle, and Chris let them go. And when you're fighting to stay on the lead lap, sometimes that doesn't happen. But Chris is a steady hand and a good head. The pits are open again. We will keep an eye on what is going on. Shea Adam has eyes everywhere. Who comes in? Well, one of the Murillo cars are in. As we start the pit stop, gives us a chance perhaps to speak to some drivers. But Shea, for the moment, let's have this VP Racing fuel, pit and paddock report.
We've got into the pit lane Jeff Mosing leading the way down. He'll be handing over to Eric Foss, also into the pits. The number 64 Camaro, that was Owen Trinkler bringing it in. I would expect him to continue driving that car at this point. We've got the BMW. It's Sean Quinlan who brings the 43 in for Stephen Cameron Racing, handing over to Greg Leafouche. That will be a fast car in a few moments' time, as Foss is getting strapped into the Mercedes. Fuel and tires going on there. Should be a splash of fuel for the 13 McLaren, perhaps a bit more for Ori Fidani, as he might get a new set of tires. Also into the pit lane, we have the Audi, the number 93. That is the Carbon car, and that is being driven by Tyler McQuarrie. He brought the car in, spotting up on top of the spotter stand for him his 2019 GS co-champion, Jeff Westphal, who is part of the reason that it was such a good start for young Siegel. Back out onto the pit lane, though, we've got, Mia McLaren with a good recovery. They actually managed to get Sheena Monk out in front of Ori Fidani, so a very good stop there. And Murillo Racing goes back out. Eric Foss behind the wheel for the rest of this one. Sit back and get your popcorn.
Just before the next set of pit stops for the TCRs, be interested to see who takes that. We've got the RS1 red and white crazy colour scheme of the RS1 Aston Martin. That's the number 23 car just heading back out. The Not Lad Racing, Not Lad the reverse of Dalton, and the driver's name. See, did you get that? Yeah, good. Just a quick note on the 71 Rebel Rock Racing, the Urban Grid Camaro. Something to look out for in early March, just before Sebring. Rookie Season is a full-length documentary that with that team over their racing season from last year and a little bit before as well, telling the story of what happens on a racing team. Lots of great racing footage, some fantastic insight to what's going on. And if you search out the trailer, I recommend you search out the trailer, because I got goosebumps listening to the audio of Robin Liddell talking about racing in in the trailer, and if that's just what the trailer's like, it's going to be worth watching. A really nice piece of work by the guys behind that. That is called Rookie Season, and it'll be available on all streaming platforms just before Sebring. So early March is when you can start looking out for that and seek out Rookie Season, the trailer, and give that a watch at the end of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge for the BMW Endurance Challenge here at Daytona. Whilst we've got a moment, just something new for 2021. A new contingency award from Michelin Motorsport, the Michelin Pilot Challenge Moment of the Race. In both GS and TCR, one driver or team from each of the categories will be designated as winner of the Michelin Moment of the Race. And that's down to us, Jeremy. We've got to make that decision. So keep an eye out for what you might think is the Michelin Moment of the Race in GS or TCR. It could be an on-track race move that impacts the overall finishing position. It could be strategy, tyres, fuel, driver change that, again, positively impact. Doesn't have to be a winner, but the Michelin Moment of the Race winners, as decided by us here at IMSA Radio in GS and TCR, will get a full set of Michelin competition tyres at each round, and we'll get that sorted out for them in the coming weeks. So we're looking for our first Michelin Motorsport Michelin Pilot Challenge Moment of the Race in the next 2 hours and 31 minutes as the TCRs are back down the lane.
I'll keep an eye on that. And meanwhile, we've got Nick Galante on the line. Nick, you must have been having so much fun out there in the 82 Bimmer World BMW, because you had Jeff Mosing all over you for the entirety of that stint. How much fun was that?
That was pretty fun. We had a great battle and a really good gentleman racing, and everybody giving people some room as they should. You've seen in the past people kind of running a little tight and running people a little wide, and it was nice to run with such professionals out there and have a good battle. At one point, I gave Jeff Mosing a good thumbs up, and we were having a blast out there. Hopefully, we can contend for the win and bring this home and have a good chat about it afterwards.
Yeah, you guys played the cards pretty well, coming in exactly with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, meaning that you're hoping to spend about 5 minutes on the pit lane before this race is over. Does that seem realistic to you guys?
Absolutely. Wayne Yon and Jason Lawrence and James Clay and Mike Skeen have been, deliberating, on how to play this over and over again. And they are just professionals in the sport and making great choices. And they gave me a great car, and Bimmer World crew is amazing. And I think we got a chance at this if we can get a tiny bit of luck here in the next hour. I think we should be able to move up real quickly.
Well, and you've been with the team for a couple of years now, so there's nothing new there, but driving with James this year, it's got to be a slightly different feel going from 2 cars to 1, but does it feel a little bit better having a bit more personalized attention on your car?
Absolutely, and I've been trying to drive with James for years, and he finally let me in. He said he was willing to put up with my humor now and gave me a chance, and it's really great to drive with him, and it's just such a dream come true, and I love this Bimmer World team.
Nick, it's so great to hear your voice and to hear the smile and enthusiasm. We can tell you're having fun out there. Nothing but good luck, and hopefully we have to call you back in about 2.5 hours' time, my friend.
Absolutely, having a blast, and really, I know my little baby girl is watching her first race right now, and my beautiful wife Erica back home.
Brilliant stuff for that VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report. Looks like we're not too far away from going back to green. So we reset behind the BMW safety car. Interesting take on the BMW M Sport stripes on this car for 2021. Very striking indeed. I think we're going to have one more lap, Jeremy, because they're on the tri-oval now, and the safety car shows no intention of coming into the pit lane.
Yeah. They needed to allow time for the TCR cars, having just made their pit stops last time around, to pack up at the back of the field, make sure no one was unduly inconvenienced there by the timing of the restart. So yeah, it'll be one more lap. There's a number 7 car in the pit lane again that had the problems earlier on, and unfortunately is 6 or 7 laps off the pace at this stage.
So the thinking behind this then, Jeremy, they've been laps down because they had that suspension problem earlier on, trying to get a lap back there. I'm not sure they did though, did they?
No, just an ongoing problem, I'm afraid. No, nothing strategic in that pit stop, I fear.
That was the number 7 car. Now also in the pit lane from 11th in TCR, the number 98. That is one of the 2 Hyundai Elantra NTCRs from Brian Herter Autosport. Shea, did you catch what they had done? They're being held at the end of the pit lane, but actually the timing's perfect for the Hyundai as it comes through. Did
I have
they
to
not
admit,
come in
I
the first
didn't.
time around? I don't think they did they?
I don't think they did, but that's also something that Brian Herta Autosport has done in the past because they have so many cars and it is such a tight pit lane. They tend to leave 1 or 2 of them out and then cycle them back around the next time around. That could have been what happened with the 33.
That car's been down the pit lane 4 times now, so there is something going on. I should be able to check and see when it was last in. Yes, that came in at the end of 24 laps, came in at the end of its came in at the end of 36 laps, 37 laps, and then again, so a couple of laps that it's been in consecutively there, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, so some ongoing problems there with that car, quite clearly. I mean, it could be that they came in and kind of made a splash emergency service during on lap 36. Or else
before the pit
could have been something like that.
Actually open. Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point. I think we're coming out of this full course yellow this time around, caused by the Honda grinding to a halt. This is our 3rd full course yellow. Our longest stretch of greens, only 33 minutes. So hopefully we'll get something a little bit longer. The rotation from Frank Depew, with Finn Barletta in close attendance in the 96 Turner BMW, was looked at by race control. Nothing conclusive on the video evidence, and the most recent full course yellow, as I say, caused by the Honda, the almost stealth Honda, coming to a less than stealthy halt right on the entrance to the bus stop. That fired off a whole load of pit stops again that time around. So coming back to green this time around. Get another handful of popcorn, everybody. Team TGM, Matt Plum in the 46 with the Camaro GT4R, one of 3 that are in the championship this year. Really good start. He went early. Green flag, had half a second or thereabouts on the rest of the field. PF Mustang looking racy as well as it comes down the outside further back. Looked like Indy Dunshee was caught a little bit unawares there in the Windward Racing Mercedes. They've got a new colour scheme as well. That's the battle for 4th and 5th position. And the PF car's made a cracking start as it carves its way through, still alongside the red, white, blue Windward car. That's the Mercedes, and they're right up as well with the number 8. That's the McCann Racing Audi. This is all battling for position. Plum ahead of the Turner Motorsport BMW, but behind him, everybody scrapping for position at the west end of the infield. And still Pesic and Indy Dunshee are side by side. That's pretty much all the way through the infield, Jeremy. They're heading towards turn 6 now, and they're going to go out onto the banking, and Dunshee down the inside, now gets side by side with the red and white Audi, and they're still side by side. Extraordinary driving, brilliant stuff, and a little spin for the 56 Murillo Racing Mercedes. Eric Voss behind the wheel of that GT4. What brilliant racing on the restart here.
It really was, wasn't it? Tremendous stuff there between three different cars, I think, weren't there? Rare to see Eric Foss pointing in the wrong direction, number 56 car. Yeah, it's Chad McCumbee who's taken over from James Pettick in the number 40, the pink Mustang. Super opening stint by James, really, really nice. Kept the car right in contention there, right up in the top 5 he is now, and that was a really good first stint. Can we see what happened here to Eric Foss? I think he might have got help from behind, I think, there, from the McLaren car number 13, and he in turn was hit into the car in front on board with Eric Foss. That's the Aston Martin directly ahead, yes. Absolutely, that's going to be I would suggest a penalty, and I'm pretty sure it's number 13 car that was directly behind Eric Foss. I don't know whether didn't really see whether there was any contact from behind him, behind the McLaren. I don't know.
Penalty for Turner on pit lane. Penalty for Turner on pit lane at the moment. The 96 car, Shea Adam. That's a pit lane speed violation. 3 clicks get you a drive through, but Race Control laying down an improper pass around. That's a big issue, and that is penalised fairly heavily. Give us the details, Shea Adam.
That is a come down the pit lane and sit in the penalty box for 3 minutes and 50 seconds for Robin Liddell for the improper pass around. And we've just had another very severe penalty handed down from Race Control. I thought I saw the Murillo Racing car pulling into the pit lane a little bit too far ahead of everyone else. It passed the safety car at the pit entry. So this is Jeff Mosing, who was driving at the time. This is a drive-through penalty for the 56 Murillo Racing Mercedes that we just saw that was attacked by Ore Fidani in the McLaren. So he not only spins in turn 6, he now has to come back and serve a drive-through.
You know, we talk in our Porsche Keys to the Race in Michelin Countdown to Green for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship so many times, Jeremy, about executing. You can have the fastest car in the world on any given day, but you've still got to get it to the right place and keep it there. And we often say small mistakes, even in these 4-hour races, they have big consequences, and that's what we're seeing here. Maybe the team's just a little bit ring rusty coming into the first IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race of the season.
Yeah, could be. Don't know. There's the Alpha Caliber 5 that was running right up front early on. That's dropped back. It was in, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place at the restart. So I'm not quite sure whether there's a spin there, perhaps for. I presume it's Roy Bloch driving. Yeah, Roy Bloch who's driving that car now from Argentina. But he is on the lead lap, so he's got going again, and he's been super fast as Roy in this car this week. So hopefully he can get himself back into contention.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. As we did say, Jeremy, that's a brand new Alpha. It's not the same car that were racing last year.
Indeed so, yeah, and it looks fabulous. You know, it should be a big step forward. The previous car was from 2017. We saw how well that car ran. The BOP is a bit different on this car. It's quite a bit heavier than the older car, but it's better in every conceivable way, and hopefully returns to reliability as well. So it's been a great weekend so far for that little Alpha team. The KMW Motorsports with TMR Engineering. The car's been right up at the sharp end all the way through, and has been through the early stint of this race as well, with an hour and 40 minutes now elapsed in this 4-hour race.
Nobody's going to be surprised with the next penalty from Shea Adam, reporting from what's been handed down from Race Control in this VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock report.
Incident responsibility handed over to Ore Fidani in the 13 AWA McLaren for the contact with the 56 Murillo Racing Mercedes of Eric Foss, necessitating a drive-through penalty of the McLaren, and that needs to be served within 4 laps.
As I say, I don't think anybody is surprised about that. So we still haven't reached half distance, let's remind ourselves, and the battle for the lead at the moment is Matt Plum and Dylan McAvan. Team TGM Chevrolet Camaro and the BMW M4 GT4, the number 95 car. They're heading into the International Horseshoe now at the eastern end of the infield. Deceptively, Jeremy, deceptively easy looking infield section here. When you look at a track map, you think, well, that can't be that hard. But there's vagaries of just the way the cambers work, and there is actually a little bit of rise and fall in various places there that the people who know this track know how to get exactly the best out of.
Yeah, it is. It isn't as easy as it looks, and but it is fairly flat on portions of it, which again makes it tricky as well. That's its own challenge as well in some ways. But it's a super little road course here, and it's a lot more challenging perhaps than it's given credit for often. But it always provides great racing as well. There's Matt Plum in the lead of this race. Matt Plum is at the wheel of number 46 car right now. He is the most successful driver in this championship with 23 wins to his credit. He shares that actually with Billy Johnson, number 23 victories in the Michelin Pilot Challenge going back to 2001. And he is battling away with Dylan McIvern, who has set the fastest lap of the race. Last time around was the fastest lap by Matt Plum in this race, 1:54.54.
Here's the pass for the lead, Jeremy, over the top on the tri-oval. Great run from the BMW, but Plum's holding down the inside, side by side, and Plum will hold on to it. This is magnificent stuff, absolutely brilliant. Couple of coupe, two doors. Well, it won't be very long in terms of weeks before we see the Xfinity and the Cup cars here at Daytona, and that was very reminiscent of some stock car racing there. A bit of American muscle against the European Exotica, and for the moment it's the pony car that had the ponies. The latest iteration of the Camaro heads down to the kink and holds on to the lead. Magnificent stuff. And that is exactly, Jeremy Shaw, what racing at Daytona is all about.
It is, isn't it? A super battle between these two very experienced drivers. Matt Plum, of course, both former series champions, in fact. Matt Plum and Dylan McIvern. Matt Plum won the GS Championship back in 2013.
Just a note, by the way, Jeremy, thank you to Nate Johnson, among others who spotted this. The Alfa Romeo was involved with the two cars that had that coming together at turn 6 when they were rejoining. That's why it dropped down through the field. So
evasive action.
Yeah, very bad luck for Roy Block in that car, because that was, I don't think that was of his making at all. Thank you to those of you who've tweeted in at IMSA Radio, hashtag R24 Radio. TCR battle out on the circuit. Atlanta Speedworks leading in the Honda by nearly 3 seconds now. Gavin Ernstone doing a cracking job for Road Shagger Racing in second position. He's coming under a wee bit of pressure now from the Van der Steur racing car, the first of the Hyundai Velocitas. Meantime, the lead at the head of the field's changed, and this time the Turner Motorsport car does get through before turn 1 and holds on to it. Can Matt Plum do anything about Dylan, as Gregory Leafouge has just put in the fastest lap of the race a wee bit further back in the 43 Stephen Cameron racing car? The leaders absolutely at it, hammer and tongs. Great sweep down, and well done to Dylan McIvern for getting that car stopped. That actually looked quite easy. The car looked brilliant on the transition down from the high banks, or at least the medium bank, shall we say, of the tri-oval, Jeremy, into that first corner, because that is a really tough place to get your braking to.
True. Yeah, the BMW is suited to this track in this under this latest BOP. All of the BMWs have been quick in this race so far. Dylan McIvern had set the fastest lap of the race. It's actually just been that honour has been taken away from him by another BMW, Gregory Leafouge, who's driving now the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW car number 43. Up into 7th place now is Gregory, having taken over at the pit stops from Sean Quinlan, who drove the opening stint. Sean Quinlan, by the way, is part of the infrastructure at Google. Interesting that they're both these two from the San Francisco area, driving for Stephen Cameron, who's originally from Kiwi land, from New Zealand, but he's made his home over here in the US in California for many, many years. Very successful driver in his own right was Stephen.
Yeah. No.
His brother Ricky, who's a very accomplished race engineer, and Ricky's son Dane Cameron, of course, is now a 2-time champion of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Accomplished family.
Three-time champion.
3-time championship.
3-time, yeah. Sorry, yes.
Where are we in the race then? Well, let's give you a little bit of an IMRace update. BMW now leads them, but only by 0.3 of a second, so it can hardly be called a cushion at the front of the field. Team TGM and Matt Plum with the Chevrolet Camaro. Welcome back, Ted Giovanis Motorsports, sitting in second. Third, different manufacturer in third place, Chad McCumbee in the PF Racing pink Ford Mustang, the number 40 car. I said that car was moving up. Chad's got himself into third and settled himself there. He's 2 seconds away from the leader, but about 1.5 seconds ahead of Indy Donchi for Winward Racing, the Mercedes. That would be the fourth manufacturer in fourth. Then there's a couple more BMWs. James Clay and Gregory Leafuge in the Bimmer World and Stephen Cameron cars, 82 and 43. Then 3 Audis, 8, 93 and 83. That's McCann, Carbon and Fast MD. That takes us to position 9. Another different manufacturer there with Audi. And here's yet another in 10th position, the Aston Martin Vantage for Nutlad Racing by RS1. That's the funky red, white and black car. In TCR, Atlanta Speedworks leads from Van der Steur, from Roadshagger. Those three a little bit further ahead of anything else. Got an incident warning for responsibility contact with the number 23, that car I was talking about in 10th position. Not sure we picked that one up, but Race Control sees more than we do. When I said funky, Jeremy, in terms of the livery on that number 23 car, I should have said rocking really rather than funky, shouldn't I?
Indeed you should. The delivery of that number 23 car is derived from Eddie Van Halen's Frankenstrat guitar, which I think is in the Smithsonian Museum, isn't it? Matt Dillon, who is the team principal there at Nutlad Racing, he's a huge Eddie Van Halen fan. Great character, actually. He came up with all sorts of fun stories when I spoke to him for the first time earlier this week. Did a really nice job in the opening stint. He's handed that car over to Patrick Gallagher now, who's got inside the top 10. He just earned his best lap last time around, and that car is charging pretty hard, now up into 9th positions indeed for Patrick Gallagher. That's car number 23.
It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindorf in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with Shea Adam, our VP Racing, Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. And Shea, I got part of the way there, I just missed the A off the end. And Shea has an update on Atlanta Speedworks. Shea, what do you have?
I'm an A student, I deserve that A. Maybe I wasn't. Yeah, no, I wasn't an A student, I'm not going to lie. Ryan Eversley is reporting that Atlanta Speedworks with their Hondas, they've got one leading the race right now, the 84, with Robert Noaker still behind the wheel of that one. But the 94, the sister car, currently running in the 4th position. Greg Streltsov did the starting stint. It's now Todd Lehman for the minimum drive time, and then Eversley will be taking over. They've had a bad vibration on that car all weekend that's affected their performance. Now it's affecting their top speed. It's back and it's rearing its ugly head on the NASCAR portions of the track, if you picture it that way. Through the infield, the car feels great, but then when they get on the banking, well, that's where things start to go wrong. So hopefully this issue only stays with the 94. Hopefully it goes away, but if it doesn't go away, hopefully it only stays with the 94 and doesn't affect the sister car.
Thanks, Shea. Carbon Audi, just the one Carbon Audi this year, going through the tri-oval now and heading past the 82. They've been running 6th and 7th for quite a wee while, those two, and having a decent scrap, to be honest. That's Tyler McQuarrie and James Clay, and those two sparring partners from the past, Jeremy. We've seen those two at it for quite a while. Just one car for Carbon, but apparently some other plans for that team.
Yeah, I think Maybe we can hear from Jeff Westphal at some stage during this show. I don't know if he's able to tell us much, but the car barn by Autosport with Peregrine Racing, they won the championship 2 years ago, in contention all the way through last year, until just had a couple of really unfortunate moments took them out of contention towards the end, so they fell back in the points table ultimately. But for Jeff Westphal and Tyler McQuarrie, they've been kind of split up this year. Tyler's going to do some racing here, but they're hoping to move up, I think, before too long. Very cool, very exciting.
Jeff's spotting, I think, at the moment. He's on the top of the Daytona grandstand, so obviously he can't speak to us at the moment. But if we get another full course yellow, we will try and use the magic of technology to see if we can have a wee chat with him and find out if he's prepared to give any top secret squirrel stuff away. See if we can get him to open the secret drawer on the cabinet. Oh, hang on, we've got a little problem for the number 81. This is another one of the Hyundai Velocities. This is the car with green on it from CB Motorsports here. This is Callum Bacon, Mark Kvamme and Trenton Estep.
And Mark Kvamme has recently been spending quite a lot of time in the pit lane. This is just an outlap, as a matter of fact, for that number 81 machine, as the leaders are going to be coming up on him very shortly. So this could get a little bit iffy with all the traffic. But yes, Kvamme, 4 trips down the pit lane total for that 81 machine. It has spent a lot of time on the pit lane so far today, and I fear it needs to spend a little bit more.
Oh. There's not much else I can say after that, is there? Really. At IMSA Radio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us, hashtag R24 Radio. Full race tomorrow. No warm-up, by the way, for IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And just the big race on Saturday through to Sunday. Over 13 hours from sunset to sunrise. So more than half of the race in quote-unquote darkness, official darkness. I think I worked it out that we have 13 hours and 10 minutes or something like that. Wrote it on a piece of paper somewhere amongst all my entry lists and other bits and pieces. It was just a bit shy of the, I think it was 13 and 16 minutes that we had at the Dubai 24, which is one of the longest. They're always around about the same, just depending on which weekend of the year that they fall on, but proper darkness races both. And as we're heading towards halfway through this race, the BMW 4-hour challenge, endurance challenge. Just a few moments ago, it was the BMW of Turner Motorsport who swept to the high side, going through the tri-oval to take the lead. A lead that Dylan McNiven has stretched, if that's the right word, to fully 0.7 of a second. He's not been allowed, Jeremy, to have things his own way. Matt Plum sitting there. In terms of their laps, they're both on a similar strategy at the head of the field. In fact, they were both in during the last caution, and they've been out for 15 laps, the first 4 of which were under that last caution. So nothing to choose there in terms of strategy at the moment between the 2 lead cars.
Indeed so, and Matt Plum in that second place car just set his best lap of the race, fractionally quicker than before, 154.515. But those 2 leaders are staying very, very close together. You just talked about the number 81 car going slowly, the CB Motorsports Hyundai. Mark Kvamme sharing that car with Trenton Estep and Callum Bacon, youngster Callum Bacon, just 16 last week. But his granddad Al won the Rolex 24 4 times for Mazda in the GTU category a few years ago.
Oh, you're very diplomatic, Jeremy.
Yep. But the good news for Mark Kvamme and Trenton Estep is that they will be both driving in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship tomorrow and Sunday, so they should have plenty more track time. Trenton Estep drafted into the car that Mark will be sharing. That's a 47 Motorsports Duqueine, literally at the last moment, just last night.
Sure, Adam, that 81 car travelling slowly. Mark back in the pits now.
Yeah, it did make it back around, but I'm a little bit concerned because the 56 Murillo Racing Mercedes is showing stopped on course and turned in the third sector, excuse me. We did see that car a few moments ago with bodywork hanging down from the rear end underneath the diffuser. I'm wondering if maybe that bodywork came off and if perhaps it took the transponder with it, because the car is no longer showing as registering laps on timing and scoring, meaning if he is still out there, there's no point because it's not counting for anything.
Yeah, except there's also a visual backup, and the guys at Alcamel can put the lap times in. They also have a camera over timing scoring as well that they can refer back to as well. But that can't go on for a couple of hours. I wouldn't have thought. They may have to call that car back in. New fastest lap of the race by BGB Motorsports, a car that Jeremy Shaw quite fancied for the win earlier on. They haven't had the best start, but a 1:53.6 is that new fastest lap of the race. They're sitting down in 20th in the GS category in that Cayman. Spencer Pumpelly has just found his way around this place, which I think he probably knew before that, Jeremy, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. The bad news is they're a lap behind. They've made the change then to hand over. John Teesey has handed over that car to Spencer. I missed that. When was that? That must have been a few laps ago, because I don't see him on my chart lately. Because I think I'm pretty sure it was John Teesey who got in that car for the middle stint. So if he's done his 40 minutes, that was a very quick 40 minutes. But yeah, Spencer, that car has been fantastically quick all the way through this week so far, but he's got an uphill battle if he's a lap down.
Yeah, true enough. Although, yeah, a couple of hours to go. Get a wave by somewhere. Work the yellows. Always a chance, Jeremy, isn't it? And that's why you keep pushing. And, and Spencer will be driving the wheels off that car quite clearly. And in fact, in 2 consecutive laps now, Spencer's set the fastest lap, because he's just gone better again. A 56.3, now down to a 53.6, and now down to a 53.5. So pushing on, certainly pushing on there. Good to see the new GT4 GR Toyota Supra out on the circuit. A car that shares much of its architecture with the new BMW Z4, of course, but lovely to see Toyota back in endurance racing with the Toyota brand and also with the Supra. It's absolutely fine. We hear news from Japan that there's a new Nissan Z due shortly, which, if any of the design studies that I've seen, look absolutely fantastic. We're halfway there. And Jeremy Shaw has some news on Spencer Pumpelly.
Indeed, I just checked, and he has indeed. John Teesey did complete 42 minutes and 39 seconds at the wheel of that car, so that should take care of the pit stop time as well. So Spencer Pumpelly will be good to go from here. He made that pit stop about 3 or 4 laps ago to take over the wheel of this car, so he's out of sequence with the other leaders. But if all carries on as it does right now, he should be back on the lead lap once everybody else makes their next pit stop.
It's the first round of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, and we are into the second half of this 4-hour event. Pit stop for the AOA Audi, another bright yellow car. Looking absolutely fantastic. Came in from 4th position, just driving down the pit lane. It dropped to 11th, Shea. That's how tight it is in TCR at the moment. That looked like fuel only.
It was fuel only. They have 3 drivers to cycle through that car right now. Patrick Wilmot out of Georgia behind the wheel. He made his TCR debut in 2018 driving a Volkswagen, so he's just slowly ticking off all the manufacturers that he can in TCR. But yes, fuel only for the 85, and Wilmot will resume the race.
Yeah, that's very good. He's collecting overalls from major manufacturers. That's always a good thing to do. So at the front of the field then, with it looks like some more green flag stops coming. for the TCR cars. Does that mean we're going to see a raft of them? Did they stay out? They must have stayed out the last time around in TCR in that number 85. So you'd only done 14 laps, so that's not a full stint, Jeremy, for that AOA car, but it's halfway through the race. Maybe they're already back timing. It's not beyond the bounds. Do they think they can do it on just one more stop from here in a TCR?
Yeah, most likely. I think they can do it. They should be able to do an hour, I think, in a TCR car, just about, I believe. So if that's the case, then they should be good to go from there. The BGB Porsche, however, the Cayman in GS, that came in well before the 2-hour mark. So that certainly will need 2 more stops to get to the end from here.
So that's an interesting bit of tactics from the AOA Audi crew.
This battle for second place in TCR continues to go along, doesn't it?
It's
Rory
mega.
van der Steur and Gavin Ernstone. Robert Noaker, he is leading the category for the Atlanta Speedworks team, the Honda Caliber 84. He's about 5 seconds ahead of this pair, the Hyundai of young Rory, 20 years of age, and Gavin Ernstone, who's a little bit older than 20, in the Roadstagger Audi. They're about 10 seconds ahead of Todd Lamb. He's already been taken off the driving strengths in number 94 car, but he is at the wheel of the number 94, the second of the Atlanta Speedworks entries. He's sharing that car with Greg Strelzoff and Ryan Eversley. He was here for the Raw, but I thought Todd wasn't supposed to be driving during this race, so that's a change as far as I'm concerned. Curious.
Yeah, that isn't interesting. What you can't see, actually, Jeremy, in fairness, is you can't see the bit of bungee cord between the Van der Steur car and Gavin Ernstone's car. That's why they're like that. Gavin and Van der Steur, Ernstone and Van der Steur, are just basically going backwards and forwards because they are actually tied together. Asterisk, that last statement may not be entirely true, but it does feel like that sometimes in TCR. At the front of the field, Turner and Team TGM, now 2 seconds between the BMW and the Camaro. Dylan McAvan and Matt Plum, with Chad McCumbee for PF another couple of seconds further back, and another couple of seconds further back. So it's all equidistant in the top 4. Indy Donchi for the number 4 Winward Racing Mercedes. Then a bit longer gap, nearly 6 seconds to the Carbone car, and here comes some more TCR pit stops. Shea Adam is watching him in this VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock update.
My hat is off to Gavin Ernstone, who right now is climbing out of that number 61 Roadstagger Racing Audi. He has an injury. That means that tracks that have heavy turning in the direction of Daytona, i.e. left, they tend to hurt a little bit more than the tracks that have heavy turning to the right. So here, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, they are a bit more painful for Gavin. That didn't stop him from driving 2 hours of this race, as he's now sitting on the pit wall. Someone get that man a bottle of water. He has earned it. Fuel and tires for Roadstagger Racing, front tires, I should say, as the driver change is complete, just waiting on the last belt buckle to be strapped in for John Morley. And all of this done well and truly before the fuel is done going in the car. Once again, a good stop from Roadstagger.
Just one more stop after this one to the end. That is a picture-perfect stop, Jeremy. One driver out, one driver in, tyres changed, and the only thing that you're waiting for, which is the thing that should determine how long the car is sitting still, is you're waiting for the fuel to finish and the fuel hose to come out. Nice job, guys.
Yep, that's exactly how it should be done. Absolutely right. So that stop is pretty much on schedule, I think, for this team. They I think should be able to make it with just one more pit stop, a little bit less than an hour, or around about an hour from now, a little bit less than that possibly.
Yeah, that last run for Gavin, obviously interrupted with all kinds of yellow flags, so difficult to get a full...
Yeah, just the one.
Yeah, true.
It was quite a long one.
Yeah, true enough. But most people in that stint had 5 or 6 laps, and they did, over an hour and 6 or an hour and 7. But with those additional length in terms of time from the yellow flags, the full course yellow, in again for the Unitronic car. Really like these yellow colour schemes on the Audis, really standing out with the Liqui Moly branding as well. Oh, have they gone one lap too far? Shea Adam in the pit lane. I don't think that number 17 Audi RS 3 TCR is going to get to its pit stop with Audi power at least. May need some Unitronic power from the mechanics.
There's no go-go juice left in the number 17 Audi for Chris Miller as he tried desperately to will the car forward. He's got quite a long way to go still, though, as the crew members sprinting down the pit lane to try and reclaim their car. Now, Chris managed to steer the Audi out of the fast lane so the mechanics can push it down. He does need to get it closer over to the boxes as the IMSA officials even lending a hand to try and help the wayward car get back down to where it belongs. But this is a safety issue if more cars come into the pit lane, which thankfully right now they're not. But this will be Chris Miller's drive time done. It started out with William Talley in that car, did it not? The number 17 Audi TCR machine for JDC Miller Motorsports. And now there's one driver left to put in. And if you've got one driver left and it's Daytona, you want to put Mikey Taylor, the South African kid who brought the car home second last year. He wants to do one step better, so let's see what he can do. Hopefully, it just ran out of fuel and they still have enough power to be able to fire it back up once service is done.
A lot of time there, Shay. And we talked about that car a little while ago. It was on a slightly different strategy to most of the other cars in TCR. It was briefly off the lead laps. John, you talked about him, about Chris Miller when he took over the wheel with that car. He didn't put up too much of a fight when he was being lapped by the leaders, having just made his pit stop. Through the strategies, got back on the lead lap, was running back up there in the top 6 certainly in TCR before this stop to hand over to Mikey. So that's a major blow for that team, because that will have cost them a lot of time. In fact, they still haven't even got to their pit stop. That's really unfortunate for that Unitronic team.
Why is it, and this is a law of racing, if your car's going to have problems coming into the pit, if your car's going to have problems in the pit lane, if you're pitted right at the end, it will be at the start of the pit lane when it has the problem on its way in. If you're pitted at the front of the pit lane, on the pit entrance, your car will have a problem just before it gets out of the pit lane at the other end, because it's never right next to your pit stop when you've got your pit stall, is it? That is unwritten, but honestly, that is the law of motor racing, Jeremy. It just happens that way.
That's right, yes, it's Sod's Law that comes under.
Indeed. Shea Adam, AF, in the pit lane with the Mustang.
I believe I just saw a driver change back to James Pesic, which would be a little bit surprising because when you've got a Chad McCumbee, you tend to use a Chad McCumbee. But we'll wait and see when they register at the pit out. And yes, that is Pesic behind the wheel once again. So the Mustang has a new driver, it has new tires, and it has fuel. And the Alpha, we were not talking about it, but it has had a slight issue missing the bus stop. But again, that's not our fault. We didn't mention the color.
Yeah, good point. Was involved in somebody else's incident as well earlier on when Roy Block was at the wheel. The Atlanta Speedworks Honda was right there. Oh, actually, very nearly a much bigger incident. Roy again having to avoid. Looked like he just dragged a brake, maybe ran over something, locked up the rear wheels actually there, and did a pretty good job not to drive into the driver's door, the left-hand side door of the number 94 Atlanta Speedworks car. Just locked it up on the yellow line, down on the transition there, I think, Jeremy. And actually, that was a pretty fine, it was a fine save. It wasn't a pretty fine save, it was a fine save by Roy to A, not end up in the wall, and B, not end up in the Atlanta Speedworks number 94 Honda.
Yeah, I did a brilliant job to avoid the Honda. You're absolutely right. That would have been easier to hit the Honda than not. So hats off to him there. That car, was back up in the top. It's back up in the fourth position, challenging Todd Lamb for third in TCR. Behind them is the next of the Hyundais. There's one running in second place, of course. That's still Rory van der Steur in car number 19. The Brian Herder cars, though, they've been struggling this weekend. But Michael Lewis is now running in fifth place in car number 77. That's the car he's sharing with Taylor Hagler. And pretty much right behind him is his teammate Mason Filippi in car number 51. That's a Copeland Motorsports entry, excuse me. And then right behind them also is Stephen Simpson in the Michael Johnson Racing entry. There's also run by Brian Herter. The best of the Elantras is now Parker Chase in kind of a 98 in 8th positions. I just heard from the Brian Herter Autosport team. The Elantras, they've been just down on power. They're just not where they thought they would be coming into this weekend. So the newer car doesn't seem to be quite on the par with the older Velosters, at least not here. But this is the first time these cars, of course, have been seen in action.
Under 2 hours, under an hour and 50 now. So all the calculations are now going into when do we take our pit stops, how's that going to happen, where are we going to be at the end. We've been green for 37 minutes near enough, so this now is the longest green flag run of the race, and we're beginning to see at the start of the field just a little bit of a gap opening up now. Dylan McAvern pulled out a couple of seconds now. It's a 10th here, half a 10th there. Matt Plum pulled back a 10th or so last time around. Indy Doncic dropped to 6 seconds away from the team TGM Chevy Camaro in second place, but he's got 5 on the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW. They're actually being closed down on because the Carbine car is still there, so that battle for 4th and 5th still one of the closest on the circuit. Shea Adam, a slap on the wrist for which car in the pit lane?
For the 61 Roadshagger Racing car. Now, this is an interesting penalty because I don't often see it issued as a warning. There were more than the permitted number of people over the wall considered working on the car, which issued a warning, which means that they might not have been necessarily doing anything, but they did have too many people on the hot side of the pit lane. So an interesting call for it to be a warning, and clearly one that the team would like to argue a little bit further as to who was doing what, and perhaps it was as simple as someone reaching over the wall to try and grab something. That's not allowed, I should clarify.
Oh yeah, good point. Down the years, there have been some very, very creative ways of getting more hands into a pit stop or handing things over. Long things on sticks. I always like long, drinks on sticks, go through the window, handing stuff over to people holding on to somebody's feet while they were trying to grab a tyre, all that kind of thing. We've seen it all down the years, and some of the pit officials. Just a little bit tighter on pit lane this year, not just because we've got 11 cars more in the main race than we had before. The pit boxes are a bit tighter. And at the front of the field, the team TGM Chevy Camaro from second into the pit lane, Shea.
A substantial pit stop because Matt Plum will be getting out of the car. 2 hours and 14 minutes having elapsed on the clock, meaning about 2 hours and 10 worth of driving for Matt, and he is handing over to Hugh Plum, who we've already seen driving a little bit in this race. 40-minute minimum drive time in one car. That would be the sister car?
Yes,
no,
correct.
Did he start? No, he hasn't driven the 64 yet. I'm sorry. So this will not be a driver change for Matt Plum. See, too many Plums, too many Camaros, too many TGM. I'm getting all mixed up with myself.
You can never have Camaros.
Completely agree with that sentiment, and I miss the Stevenson Camaros, so I don't know why I would even be thinking that. But yes, the 46, no driver change. Matt Plum should be staying aboard that car. Long story short.
Okay. He did in that car just over an hour, almost exactly an hour, but again 4 yellow flags at the start, yellow flag laps at the start of that stint. Expect to see the leading BMW in the next lap or two, being out there for the same amount of time as the Camaro that's just pit stopped. At 25 on the 26th lap now for the Turner BMW number 95 goes round again. But remember, those 4 safety car laps will just extend that stint a little bit. 49, 50 minutes normally on full green flag if you're driving flat out. Here comes the Winward car in with its new paint scheme. The Tecamet and First Horizon sponsored car, looking very spiffy this year, Cher.
Yeah, red, white, and blue for the Texas team. You love to see that. Fuel and tires only for this car, and they are doing sticker tires, changing the right sides first, and they will be doing the left sides as well. This car came in from second with Indy Donchi, another one of the cars that we're talking about with very busy drivers this weekend, because the Plum brothers and Ted and Owen all doing double duty in a Porsche in the Rolex tomorrow. Well, Indy Donchi, Phil Ellis, Russell Ward, and Mauro Engel will be driving in a Mercedes, car number 57 in the Rolex as well. So Indy getting no shortage of laps here at Daytona International Speedway. Tire change is done, and we're just waiting on the fuel. Great stop by the Winward crew.
VP Racing Field Pit and Paddock report, and that was the last thing to go in. As Cher says, that's perfect timing. So with an hour and 42 to go, there's one more pit stop for those guys, and they will be back timing that. I know we've said this many times, Jeremy, but just as much work going on the wall between all of the strategists and team managers, and of course it's a moving target. The racetrack doesn't move for the driver, so you know your braking point, your turning point, where you put the throttle back down, that's the same every lap. And the strategists and the team managers will say the driver's got the easy job, all they've got to do is drive. But things keep changing as far as the strategy is concerned, because a safety car comes out just when you don't want it, or all of a sudden. First of all, you don't know how many laps you're doing either. It's a timed race, so you're always trying to hit a moving target.
Indeed so. Once again, the second place car comes into pit lane. That's number 93 with Tyler McQuarrie. Instantly, we just saw a shot of the race leader just going on to his 64th lap. That's still Dylan McAvan, yet to make his next pit stop. Right behind it there was the class leader, Robert Noaker in the number 84 Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic TCR. So that car now is the first overall in this race to be a lap down. Noaker leads now pretty comfortably from his teammate, about 20 seconds ahead of Todd Lamb, who's in the 94 car, after Rory van der Steur finally made a pit stop and evicted himself from that number 19 Hyundai that had been running so well in second place.
Yeah, the almost silent engine on the Supra. When we have onboard sounds from our effects mics here at Daytona, and you can hear very little, that's the Toyota Supra. Didn't even need to look up there to know that. Having a battle at the moment as they go over the top of one of the Hyundais down through Speedway Turn 2, and it is the Notlob Aston Martin right ahead of it. It's been a decent run for the Toyota Supra, and that's not, I think, a battle for position there, but they're having a race. They found somebody to have a go. Finally somebody who's not in second comes into the pit lane, Cher. This is the car that was in the lead. So Stephen Cameron Racing's BMW goes into the lead, and Dylan McAvan for Turner is in the pit lane.
But hilariously, as it sits in the pit lane, it sits with the number 2 next to his name, because when he crossed the line, that was a second place for Dylan McAvan, who now hands over to Bill Oberlin, a fairly handy driver around these parts, twice a winner of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. And as of tomorrow, seeing that his car takes the green flag 33 times, he will have competed in the Rolex 24 Hours. So a lot of experience here at this track. Fuel and new tires for Bill, as the Bill Power BMW just waiting on that left front to be complete. Now it is. Right rear is complete. And fuel, the last remaining factor of this team. Once again, Bill Power goes out on track as Will Turner's boys and girls service the 96 also into the pit lane. So it's about to get very confusing, because Robbie Foley and Bill Oberlin out on track in Turner Motorsport BMWs at the same time. No, that shouldn't happen.
Is that like crossing the streams in Ghostbusters? Is that not allowed to happen in racing terms?
It's not quite as bad as having Bergmeister and Pat Long out on track at the same time, but it's not too far off in my brain.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Coming up to almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon here at Daytona, wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us and spending some of your Friday evening with the first round of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona. Don't forget, we are looking for the Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race for both GS and TCR. We've got to decide, but I'm quite happy if you want to nominate things that you've seen on the circuit, around the track. GS and TCR both need a nomination before the end of the race. We're looking for something that maybe was on track that impacted the overall finishing position for the team, or some off-track strategy that again had a positive impact. Maybe that save from Roy Block when he didn't run into somebody. Was that the moment of the race? It might have been for them. What about that pass for the lead over the top by the Turner BMW? Was that good enough to be a Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race? At IMSA Radio, please. And we'll keep an eye on those coming in. Shea, Jeremy and me will be making those decisions. Shea, Jeremy and I will be making those decisions at the end of the race. And one winner for the Pilot Challenge moment of the race from TCR and from GS will get a set of racing tyres. Just under 100 minutes to go. Shea, Adam, Atlanta Speedworks back with you.
Finally, Noaker decides to come into the pit lane and share his number 84 Honda with Brian Henderson. It's a great opening stint, and fuel, tires, driver change, pretty much all done at the same time. A little bit of loss there as the car was waiting on the air jacks, but we did have the 43 BMW into the pit lane as well. The Stephen Cameron BMW came in. Greg Leafouche should be staying behind the wheel of that one, as finally we see the Murillo Racing number 56 Mercedes, and that is driving back down to the garage area. So I guess it was still circulating without a transponder. But before you leave me, we've got a couple of penalties to report on. In terms of pit lane speeding, they are very serious about this. 1 click over the limit for James Vance in the Fast MD Racing Audi means a serve trip down the pit lane, so a drive-through penalty for speeding. And also the 09, which is the automatic racing Aston Martin, they had an issue where they ran over pit equipment leaving their box. That too is a drive-through penalty.
VP Racing Fuels Pit and Paddock Report with Shea, Adam, and a new leader, Jeremy Shaw, and a new name in terms of the driver and the team at the head of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge timing and scoring screen, and good for them.
Absolutely right. Making their debut in this championship this weekend, Freyson Racing, Jason Fraser and Mark Sundberg, both from the Pacific Northwest, from Snohomish, Washington is Jason. Both these two have a background primarily in short track racing up in the Northwest, but they've done a fair bit of road racing in mainly club events, I think, over the last year or so, and they're doing an excellent job here. They've kept themselves right in the mix. They were running kind of just outside the top 10, top 15 or so for most of this stint, but they have yet to make this kind of, well, they're just in the pits now, so they do give up the lead, and Ori Fidani in number 13 McLaren will take over the lead of the race for the moment. But good job by Jason Fraser and by his teammate there in that number 37 car, Mark Sundberg.
There's that car picked at the AWA McLaren that goes back to the top. That's the number 13 car. So you're seeing the strategy, you're seeing the stagger play out. 3 pit stops for most of the leading runners, 4 for Team TGM, and Matt Plum in 4th position. But effectively, they are pretty much all on the same strategy at the front of the field. Ori Fidani, 22 laps into his stint. Spencer Pumpelly on his 20th lap. Turner Motorsport, actually, Bill Oberlin is the one that's just gone out there. Matt Plum's only on his 6th lap as well. Indy Donchi on his 4th. And then the Stephen Cameron BMW next up, the 43 car, just out of the pit as well. So you can see how this is beginning to with what, 93 minutes left, and let's call it 45 to 50 minutes of green flag racing in the tanks of those GSs. You can see that we are getting down towards people who, particularly those who've stopped in the last 3 or 4 laps, they've only got one stop to make. For the others, if we go full green, it might be one and a splash. It just depends how good their fuel mileage is and when they last stopped. And that is going to be how it played out. I'm still interested to see, Jeremy, and this might be one of our Michelin moments of the Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race. Those people who didn't stop at the start and then got off strategy a bit. I know we've had some yellows since then, but that still might actually play a part in this race, depending on how much fuel they've got.
Yeah, you know, I mean, for our races, there is a lot of strategy that does take part. When you make your pit stops, what you do during the pit stops, do you change drivers, how long each driver drives during the race? So there's an awful lot of thinking that goes on behind the scenes. And, you know, there's maybe a handful or so of guys on the pit wall that are acknowledged masters of this trade. Joe Vardy would be one. Very accomplished former driver himself, and yeah, there's a bunch of others as well. Don Salama for Turner Motorsports, ditto. So you know, it's an art there, very much so. And yeah, Mike Johnson too from Archangel Motorsports. They'd be 3 that spring to mind, but there are others as well. But there is a lot to think about rather than just watching your cars go past or maybe even timing it.
Oh, really? Is that not what you do, Jeremy? You sit there with your stopwatch and watch them go around. Oh, look, that's a pretty one. Oh, look, that's a pretty one. Oh, time to come into the pits.
Look who's in the lead of the race.
Yes, I know. In TCR, after all of their trials and tribulations, the number 5, KMW Motorsports, Alfa Romeo Giulietta, just looking slightly different from the car we saw last year. As Jeremy was saying, it is a new shell. The old car was about 3 years old in terms of the shell. That car's due its pit stop within the next lap or so, so we'll in fact, as is Stephen Simpson, to be honest, in second, and Todd Lamb in third. So it might well be, I'll have to say how far back it is. The Van der Steur car might be in the lead here on count back, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think that car's where's the 84 car compared to the number 90? Yes, behind it. You're right. Yeah, Brian Lindson come out behind Dennis Dupont.
Oh,
you're right. So that's a change there.
Right rear problem, Jeremy, for.
Oh, that's a leading car
for the leader.
That's Spencer Pumpelly.
Yeah. Spencer Pumpelly with a right rear tyre issue. Looked like the tyre was at a jaunty angle. Now, was that finger trouble? He's dived off the raceway. We're going to get a full course yellow because the tyre carcass is right in the middle of the tri-oval. He's got the car into the pit lane, and we have gone full course yellow for debris on the track. Shea Adam, what do you know about the number 38 car? What a shame for Spencer Pumpelly and BGB Motorsports Porsche Cayman.
Definitely not finger trouble. The car had been out on the track for a long time. It was actually owing us a pit stop relatively soon, but the crew member evaluating the right rear, which is where the tire carcass that currently lies on the front straight came from, seems pleased with the fact that there's no suspension damage, puts a brand new Michelin on that right rear, and then goes about his business to change the left rear as well. So this will be fuel and tires for Pumpelly. It's not terribly off of their strategy when they needed to come in, but let's see how it pans out for their end game.
And he did get in before the yellow flag. He caused the full course yellow, but as soon as he realised the tyre was going, he dived for the pit lane, and it was only when the car stopped in the middle of the tri-oval that the full course yellow came out. So he got in around about 5 seconds before the full course yellow came through. Shea Adam, we promised another interview in the next full course yellow, and there's a good reason why we can't talk to our next interviewee when we're in green.
He's up on the spotter stand. Jeff Westphal, who is a former series champion back in 2019 with the Carbon with Peregrine Autosport Group, driving an Audi R8 LMS GT4 machine, is currently watching that car going around and around with his former co-champion who was driving it a little bit earlier on. So we are just waiting to try and connect with Jeff, and he should be there now. Jeff, first off, it's got to be pretty windy up on top of the spotter stand. How are you enjoying the view of the whole track?
Hi, I'm getting some vitamin D up here. It's a great view. You know, the starter stand provides pretty much bird's eye view of the whole facility, so I can help our guys here in the 93 Carbon with Peregrine Racing Audi R8. Spot for debris, spot for tires that are rolling off the cars ahead of us that you guys may have just saw, traffic going in and out of slower cars or fighting for position. So I've been on the receiving end of it. Having that help from the sky is hugely important, and it can make the difference of a race, so I'm here to do it for them.
Oh, exactly what drivers like to hear. It must make you a much better spotter than, well, people who haven't driven a race car.
It certainly helps. I mean, you kind of have a perspective of what the information and what timing you need it, because I'd imagine myself being in the car and wanting to know it at the moment when I can shut the door and turn into the kink. So I think we've had some really fortunate moves. We had a killer restart that Nolan accomplished here in the first stint. Tyler had some great moves to traffic. So I'm just trying to help, one team, one goal, and help us maximize our opportunity.
It's got to be strange to not be driving, though. Are we going to see you in part of the whole rotation that we get this year for Carbon?
Yeah, it is a bit strange to not be in the car. It's hard to watch and not want to participate. But at the same time, you will see me later in the year in another car for Carbon. We're expanding our operation as a unit. We're going to build a vertical internally, and I'm excited about it. The team's excited about it. So although I'm not driving here, I'm looking forward to the coming months.
Hang on, Jeff. This is Hindhaugh here in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. You cannot throw that tidbit out there without letting us know. So another car, but you said another car. You didn't say another Audi. Come on, what details can you give us? Throw us something. Throw me a bone here.
We've been fortunate to have Andy Blackmore do our liveries on all of our Audis and our trailers, and he was much inclined and happy to do it for us on this next vehicle. So I think you're going to see a similarity and a trend here for us moving forward. It's not officially announced yet, but it could give you a clue. The black and green will be back.
Okay, fine. Are we talking about, you said vertically, so you're talking about moving up a class here somewhere? Do I read that into that, or am I putting two and two together and getting 97 rather than 93?
It's not your first rodeo, John. You're reading that very well.
It's great news. Great news, Jeff. Tough times for everybody in the racing business. How good is it to be back racing with IMSA? And what sort of effort? We've been talking about this from our point of view. What's it been like for you with the all the protocols that IMSA have put into place, which has had to be done, of course, to make sure that the business of racing can carry on?
We're in such a challenging time, for everybody worldwide here with the situation that's happening. And I think IMSA is doing a great job helping facilitate the opportunity for the business and the sport to continue, for the fans to be able to see it, for the teams to be able to compete, which we all love to do. That's why we're here. So my hat's off to them. They do not have an easy task on their hands, and they've been doing a great job with it. We're currently in a bubble here at Daytona to make sure everyone's respecting what's going on in our climate and doing it in a safe way, but also putting on a great show for the fans at home or the live stream.
We better let you get back. The pass around is ongoing at the moment. It's great news what you've been able to tell us so far. You're welcome on Midweek Motorsport if you want to talk about that when you're ready to. We'd be happy to get that out to the world. Pass on our best to everybody on the team and all your fellow spotters up there. I've watched a race from up there. It was one of the most exciting things I've ever done. Thanks for being with us, Jeff.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
It's Jeff Westphal with the VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report. Thanks to Shea Adam and indeed everyone else for setting up our interviews today. As you heard from Jeff there, difficult to work when everybody is in different bubbles, but that's what it's got to be like, and nobody's complaining about that. In fact, we're celebrating the fact that we are back racing as we're still behind the safety car and Jeremy Shaw. We're going to see some more pit stops. Looks like the PF car coming in, actually. Let's go back to Shea to watch what's going on down on the pit lane.
This is another pit stop for PF Racing. I'm wondering if maybe James Pesek was a tiny bit short on his drive time and they put him back into that Ford Mustang, or perhaps Chad McCumbee was going to go over the maximum amount of drive time because they did do the driver change the last time around. Nope, they're leaving James in the car. He has been doing so well lately in the last few races. He's gesticulating at something, though. He's not happy with what's going on. They were doing a tire change, excuse me.
Loose wheel? Do we think it was a loose wheel, maybe?
It wouldn't have been, because he was out on track for quite a long time beforehand. It did look like the seat was a little loose early on when they were doing the warm-up laps to begin the race, but that's nothing that they could be affecting now. Car drops off the air jacks. James puts it into first gear, and nope, stalls, now gets it going. Actually, he might have been watching out for oncoming traffic. That might have been very heads-up driving from James Pesek.
There was a couple of cars, including the Toyota, but I do think there was a little stall there. I think that might have been just one side of tyre change there. So whether that was an issue with a tyre or whether that's a tactical change and a splash of fuel, we've got, Jeremy, 80 odd minutes to go. Let's call it 83 minutes to go. That is still one more pit stop from here for anybody in a GS car who's in the pit lane now.
Yes, it is. That's right. But they should be able to stop now and get to the end. Most of the other contenders have made their pit stops within the last 10, 12 minutes or so. So I think anybody that needed to come back in again would have done. The number 40 car, that was the first of the cars that made its stop on what you might consider as the most recent rotation. And then after that, quite a few of the other cars have come back in again. Number 8, number 10, number 14, they're all back again now. The car that perhaps might be in the most danger would be the number 46 car that is running in second position at the moment. Matt Plum is at the wheel of that Team TGM entry. That car last pitted on lap 61, which was 3 laps after the number 40. But with this, what should now be an fairly extended caution period, with all the pit openings now going for TCR next time around, I'm sure Joe Vardy has figured out that they should be able to get to the end of the race from here with just the one more pit stop that everybody else has to make.
Yeah, and that is the key, isn't it? What you've got to make sure is that you're not disadvantaged to anybody else. If you can get an advantage, great. That's hard to do. But if you can, fab. But the absolute thing you've got to make sure is that you're not disadvantaged to what is going on. We were speculating a little bit on that, the Pesek family, the PF number 40 Mustang. Shea, Adam, what can you tell us about that pit stop that we just saw? There was some frustration from the driver.
Well, they've been having some issues with the car. I was told, quote, hiccups with the gears and the pedals. But the good news is that the Ford expert who's embedded with the team seems to think it's not going to become any worse and that they will be able to finish the race with the current issues. So that's the good news. The bad news is that during Chad McCumbie's stint, the gas pedal broke.
I've had that happen to me in a race before. Just wanting to go too fast and thinking if I pressed harder it would go quicker. Well, when it hits the stop, it's on the stop. Actually, it was waving around a bit to start with. I had to keep getting my right foot under it to pull it back so that I could heel and toe down through the gearbox. TCR open, and in comes the another great livery. This is the app number 19 Hyundai Veloster diving into the pit lane now for the Van der Steur Racing Team. Shea?
It's Dennis Dupont who will stay behind the wheel of this car. No new tires going on. I love the fact that it has white rims on the front and black rims on the black to distinguish between the paint, actually, on the livery of the car, too. Just fuel for the Hyundai. And then Dennis Dupont, the Canadian driver, will be taking it back out. He does have stock car experience. He's got a NASCAR background north of the border. So this has got to be a very fun experience for him getting to drive around Daytona International Speedway. It's a pit stop for the Alpha. Driver change going on. Roy Block out, Tim Lewis Jr. back in. Fuel and 2 new tires. 4 potentially on that Alpha. I did see a mechanic in the back of the car, and it is 4 new tires for one of the Elantras, as well as just waiting on service for that one to be completed. I believe that's the 33 of Mark Wilkins,
Correct.
2018 TCR champion.
Yeah, it was Mark that brought it in. I didn't see him get out of that new for 2021 Elantra. Out goes the new for 2021 Giulietta. It looks kind of like last year's car, but not. I think, Jeremy, you were telling me, weren't you, in one of our earlier shows this week on IMSA Radio via IMSARadio.com, that it's a little bit longer, that car. It's had a slight evo on the body kit, and of course it's a brand new build on the chassis.
Yeah, brand new car. Everything I think about it is different and improved in every single way for that Alfa. It's a great looking car, and should be looking good. This pit stop. The time of this caution allowed a lot of the TCR cars to get kind of back on strategy with everybody else. The leading the class before this round of pit stops were number 5 and a number 54. Everybody else had been lapped by the race leader, but they had not been lapped by the class leader. So before these pit stops were made, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the IMSA system, the other TCR cars that had been on the lead lap with the TCR leader were able to go past the safety car and run around to the back of the pack before the pits were opened. And now we saw those cars that had not stopped earlier on back into the pits this time. So that would be number 5. The number 60, number 54, both came in during this pit stop as well.
Hello to Access Lacrosse, who's tweeted in at IMSA Radio using the hashtag R24 Radio. He's following Colin Brown this weekend, and it's good to have Colin back in the paddock as well. Another great looking day at Daytona. Great looking, great sounding, 15 Celsius in the air, been pretty steady right the way through. The IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge BMW Endurance 4 hours at Daytona, about 17 on the track. We're doing the class split at the moment, so we are not too far away from getting back to racing. We'll have about an hour and 15 minutes to go, so let's tell you how they will restart, unless somebody dives back into the pits, which I doubt from the front of the field. It will be Bill Oberlin, Bill Power for Turner Motorsport. Funny how they find themselves at the front when we start to get down to the important laps, isn't it? The Turner Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, the 95 car, leads it then from Team TGM. That battle is resumed with Matt Plum behind the wheel of the Camaro GT4R. That's the 46. Then it's Indy Donchi, who's been there or thereabouts in the Mercedes, the AMG GT4 for Winwood, the number 4 car. Gregory Leafouge for Stephen Cameron Racing and the BMW GT4 in 4th position. That's the 43. The 93 is in 5th. That's the grey and the green of Tom Dyer and Carbon with Peregrine. Great to speak to Jeff Westphal, spotting for that team live just a few moments ago. The Audi then in 5th position. 6th the Bimmer World and Mike Skeen. I'm seeing a lot of BMWs. That's 3 in the top 6. Not Lad Racing, RS1, 7th, 8th, another BMW. Turner Motorsport, Robbie Foley, both have their gun drivers into the end. Spencer Piggott for Motorsports and Actions McLaren in 9th, and James Fraser for Fraser Racing is in 10th position. That's how they'll restart. It'll be Ryan Eversley for Atlanta Speedworks and the Honda at the front. That's the 94 car. Copeland Motorsports Hyundai Veloster, the 51 red and white car in 2nd. Then it's Brian Hearn at Autosport with another one of their Velosters, the 77 car. Then the 2nd Atlanta Speedworks car. So 2 cars from each of the 2 big teams at the front there, Atlanta and Hyundai, the Brian Hertner Motorsport and Copeland cars. Then it's Atlanta, after Atlanta Speedworks, it's Roadshagger Racing. John Morley's right there, and the top 6 made up by KMW Motorsports with that Alpha with the number 5 car. That's how they will restart. Very interesting, Jeremy Shaw, as we now get to the stage where really, unless something changes, somebody gets a flat tyre, puncture, there's damage, the strategy is pretty much set for both of the categories now. Everybody who's taken pit stops need to. So now, after that run that we had of 53, 54 minutes, what we need is about another hour and 14 minutes of green, and we'll see who has got the pace to the checkered flag.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, and we talked about it when the this caution was caused by the number 38 car with that tyre coming off the rim there on the front straight. We talked about the fact that it was able to duck straight into the pits. Spencer Pumpelly is back out there with a fresh right rear Michelin all-in-one piece, and he is still on the lead lap in 16th position. So what's that car number 38 at the restart? He did a really good job to keep that car going at a sensible speed, but without causing any extra damage to that car. And that's all experience. Spencer would have felt that tyre going down, losing air as it went up onto the banking, and was able to bring it around and not lose too much time and not cause any other damage to that number 38 BGB Motorsports Porsche Cayman GT4. This, though, is going to be fun.
Yeah, and we're coming back to green very shortly. So whatever you're doing now, put your phone down. If you're doing your Twitter or you're looking at anything else, get your eyes on the screen, get the timing up, get ready to go, because Bill Oberlin's not going to hang around. The safety car is in the pits, the green flag's in the air with 1 hour and 13 minutes to go by. 10 seconds just under that as they go down towards turn 1. Beautiful restart by Bill Oberlin. Beautiful restart by Bill Oberlin. Knew he wasn't going to be challenged into turn 1. Took the normal racing line, even though Matt Plum was there, but he was 2 car lengths back and couldn't make any hay and get that car into a position. The car bomb by Peregrine Audi, though, with Tom Dyer behind the wheel, is trying to go around the outside at the first of the 2 horseshoes, but the right with that car. Wow, this is very tight. The Bimmer World, Mike Skeen driven number 82, the white and purple car. But it's Bill Oberlin that leads. My, Jeremy. How many times down the year have we said Bill Oberlin that leads? And also trying to get back, although laps down now, the Volt Aston Martin is in the mix towards the sharp end of the field. That's a quick car, but it dropped laps earlier on, and Oberlin has pulled out the lead. He's got, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car lengths now as he comes through Speedway turn 2, getting the Michelins back up to temperature and pressure, sitting in the afternoon sunshine at just coming on to 4:30, 23 minutes past 4 at Daytona. Copybook stuff by Bill Power. Jeremy Shaw. Hello, Jeremy. Lost Jeremy for a moment there then. Up onto the high banks for Bill. Shea Adam has some news of infractions.
2 more penalties, both of these applying to the TCR category. Car number 98 penalty, refueling while on the jack stands. That is a drive-through penalty and also a giant safety concern.
Yes.
So the Hyundai Elantra of Parker Chase is still showing is in the pit lane, but if it leaves, it will need to come back down. Also needing to serve a drive-through penalty, Steven Simpson, car number 54, not fulfilling emergency service requirements. That is a stop plus 10-second hold for that car, which now pulls into the pit lane.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Shea, sorry. Jeremy Shaw with me in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, getting that beautiful late afternoon, early evening lights. This time tomorrow we'll be just coming up to the first hour completed in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona and heading into a sunset. It's just after 6 o'clock in the evening. Lot of darkness in the Rolex 24. Really going to be a proper endurance over this weekend. So everybody jostling for position. Good opportunity on the restarts, Jeremy, to make up a few places, and of course everybody knows that, so they push that extra little bit harder, but we've still got over 1 hour and 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, Robbie Foley made up a couple of positions at that restart in the second of the Turner Motorsport BMWs. His teammate Bill Oberlin leads. 16 prior wins in this championship for Bill. And looking for number 17 this weekend. Big battles down in TCR as well. That pit stop for the number 98 car, that was off the pace in any case, but that was very significant for that the penalty for number 54. That was on the lead lap, and that's the car that came in to make emergency service, just i.e. he needed the pit stop when the caution came out. He couldn't afford to wait out there 2 more laps before the pits were going to be opened. What he should have done after making that stop, he should have come in again before we went back to green. Apparently he didn't, so that's why he's got a penalty. So it's Ryan Eversley who now leads in TCR from his teammate, which is number 90. So it's the number 94 car, head of number 84 car, and trying to get a lap back. He's actually 2 laps down. Is Mikey Taylor in the number 17 car. That was the problem. The car we saw earlier on stopped on the pit lane. Really bad news for that team. Lost a couple of laps trying to get one of them back.
And meantime, they're grappling with other traffic as well, out into the infield again. And the Atlanta Speedworks Honda's looking brilliant in that dark metallic blue with the yellow flashes. The 94 car then sitting in second position now, sitting in first position, I should say, for Ryan Eversley. Right in behind the Hyundai that Jeremy was just mentioning there. As they go up on the high banks, might get a bit of a tour here, actually. So might not be the worst thing if Eversley just stays in behind that number 19 car, but he won't want them to get in the way for too long. That is the 8th position car in the class for the Van der Steur Racing machine. Through the bus stop, touring car lines taken by all the TCRs, and by that I mean right across the curbs, pretty much all 4 wheels. New fastest lap of the race, Jeremy Shaw, and once again the car that seems to have had the pace when it requires it, the McLaren 570S from AWA.
Yeah, indeed, Kuno Wittner back at the wheel of that car now, having with Ori Fadani having completed his driving stint. Kuno Wittner will now march his way toward the front, I believe. He's up into the 5th position now. He took the restart in the 12th place, 11th place, I guess, because number 64 car came into pits to take on the splash of fuel right before we went back to green. So that's work its way back through the field. But Kuno Wittner is certainly on a charge there, up into the top 5 in the McLaren.
Where is the pace going to be at the end of the race? A couple of BMWs at the front, then the Camaro, then another BMW. All of a sudden those M4s are coming to life, aren't they? Very good weight balance with the transaxle. They are tidy on their tyres. Meantime in TCR, the usual scrap there for first, second and third. Eversley, Henderson, Lewis, 2 Civics and the Alfa Romeo. Alfa right there now with the leading car, and that's been a good run. Out onto the high banks again. Alfa going on the high side, doesn't quite get the overlap. And that number 84 of Brian Henderson for Atlanta Speedworks, he's under real pressure now. This is the battle for second and third. Eversley has got ahead of the lapped car and got a bit of distance on these two, and sitting in behind them is John Morley in the Roadshagger Racing Audi. And for the moment, the Alfa's in second. Could change in the next corner, really could. We're going to get a 3, 4, maybe 5 car battle, I think, Jeremy, here for second on down. And Eversley's made the break, having got ahead of that lapped Hyundai. That was really, really important.
Indeed so, but John Morley has shown us a lap down in the number 61 car. Also a lap down is Stephen Simpson, having made that penalty pit stop. So really now we've only got the 5 TCR cars on the lead lap. Eversley leads from his Atlanta Speedworks teammate Brian Henderson. Michael Lewis in 3rd place for Hyundai, and then in 4th and 5th are Tim Lewis in the Alfa and Mason Filippi in the number 51 Hyundai Veloster, driving for the Copeland Motorsports team. He's taken over from the snowboarder, the Olympian AJ Muss.
I'm not sure that car is a lap back. That 61 car. I think that's a glitch. It's a ghost in the machine there.
Yeah, I just checked in with the team. They said that there's something weird going on timing and scoring because he is involved in that battle.
Yeah,
he is fighting for the second place position. It's just a glitch in the transponder.
Right, because we've had a few glitches with transponders again this weekend. Because that car certainly was in the 5th position at the restart. So yeah, curious.
It's caught up with itself now. Whatever needed to be done. The Mia McLaren, Sheena Monk and Spencer Piggott sharing that car, just the two of them. Again, on the high side through the tri-oval. You think that the best thing to do is stay down low, and, you know, that's spot on. But if you've got the pace, you're being forced around, you've got the pace, take the pace. Oh, off. There's been a coming together. TCR battle has been blown wide apart. And that's the Roadshagger car that's damaged. I think the Alpha was involved in that as well, if I'm honest. Yes, it is. Those two cars are out of contention and possibly out of the race, down by the bus stop chicane. And it looks like the 94 as well. That's the Eversley car. I think that's been involved as well. That was the leading 3 car. But Ryan was further up the field, Shea. What's going on?
I think he saw that a caution was going to come out, John, and took the opportunity to dive into the pit lane with 1 hour and 2 minutes to go, get a splash of fuel, and go to the end from here.
Didn't make it before the full course yellow came out. He's entered a closed pit. Eversley has entered a closed pit.
His sister car was definitely involved in that contact, though.
Yeah, agreed. I thought I could see some damage on the front of Ryan's car as well. It was the usual battle. Again, the lap car involved here as they came into the bus stop. And, oh dear me, I'm afraid that's the Atlanta Speedworks car putting nose in where it didn't need to be. And they've both come off badly, the Alpha and the Honda. And you've got to say, very unlucky for John Morley, who arrived on the scene. There's 3 cars damaged there, Jeremy.
Yep. Absolutely right. John Morley was nothing to do with that incident at all. I think was that Mikey Taylor getting one of his laps back at that little group? I wasn't quite sure, but whatever it was, the other 3 were battling, I think, for the lead of the class, and that is really, really bad news for them. And it certainly looked like Ryan Eversley just clipped the.
No, it was Eversley. I think Eversley was in front of that. It was Brian Henderson, the second of the cars, the 84 Atlanta Speedworks car. Eversley was in front of that, having got by.
I beg your pardon.
No, that's all right. But
his pardon.
I do, yes. I was going to say, don't apologise to me. But I do. But by the Race Control channel, the full course yellow came out at 32 minutes and 44 seconds, and Ryan Eversley came in at 32 and 47 seconds. So by that, he was in a close pit. The question is, was the light on, and where was he when the light came on, Jeremy?
Yeah, where was he committed?
Correct. And there is a camera there that Race Control can see that. Well, remarkably, the Alpha and the Honda has got back to the pits, the two that tangled. And poor John Morley, the only car that, well, he had absolutely no part in it. You could argue about the other two battling for position, but I think that's going to go onto the Atlanta Speedworks car. But poor John Morley's the only car that hasn't got back to the pit lane.
Yeah, he's got a wheel missing, hasn't he, effectively? That was a hard impact that he took there. That's a really unfortunate incident.
Especially after how Gavin drove early on as well. That was a really good drive by Gav. Amazingly, the 84 Atlanta Speedworks car is driving out of the pit lane under its own steam after what looked like quite a big hit, the side-by-side contact. The Alpha had front end damage. Let's take an update from Atlanta Speedworks. Here's Shea Adam with the VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report.
Apparently Ryan Eversley couldn't see if the light was on, but he might have already been committed because the time sensor 3 seconds after the yellow flag came out, he would have already had to have been below the lines and fully committed at that point. So race control is evaluating that at the moment. They did do fuel for that number 94 Atlanta Speedworks Honda, though. And just a quick note on Gavin Ernstone. He was driving today for 2 hours with a broken foot.
Oh, nasty. Well, he did a good job, a very good job. That Atlanta Speedworks car is confirmed has gone behind the wall. It was close. Whichever way you look at it, it was close. And fair play to Ryan for saying, oh, I don't know. Low sun at the moment, with the time at just coming up to 20 minutes before 5 o'clock at Daytona. So Bill Oberlin still leads, and we've got BMWs now first, second and third in the GS category. Now, which Hyundai was that was in front of them? The Hyundai was not a part of that incident, that they weren't involved in it. It had gone down the inside, as Jeremy said, I think trying to get air lap back. The initial contact from the Honda trying to go down the inside behind the number 19 Hyundai and just tagged the left rear of the Alfa, then came back and hit the 61 car, which got airborne, and that puts John Morley into the, well, changed his status from driver to passenger at that point, poor John. Jeremy?
Yeah, I think it was probably, Dennis Dupont in the Caliber 19, the Van der Steur racing
19,
entry.
You're right, absolutely.
Yeah, who unfortunately was a lap down after a brilliant first stint from Rory Van der Steur. They managed to lose a lap during that pit stop sequence. They came in under green, quite a while ago now, and had fallen off the lead lap.
I'll say this right out, that's a mistake by Brian Henderson. He's by well, we don't have dirty drivers. That wasn't dirty driving, it was a mistake, it was an error of judgment. If those cars were still out on the track, that would be assessed, and I think that would probably, on the balance of what we've seen, Jeremy, I think that would go against the Atlanta Speedworks driver there. He hit the curb on the inside, which didn't help him, but he had committed down the inside, and that pass wasn't going to be made unless the Alfa wasn't there, quite frankly.
Yeah. Or the Alfa driver just said, "Oh yeah, after you go."
He's given him some
put his
room.
nose there.
I mean,
exactly. No, he has, absolutely. Yeah, no, it was just as you said, a slight error of judgment with big consequences there for Brian Henderson, and just really, really unfortunate.
Broken right rear suspension on the Atlanta Speedworks car, broken left rear suspension, and damage to the 61 Roadshagger Racing Audi, and the Alfa looking a little forlorn in the pit lane as well. Nothing malicious there, error of judgment only. Let's make that absolutely clear. But that's going to be a repair job for what was a pristine looking, before that incident, Alfa in its new guise for 2021. And we're still waiting to hear about what was the leader in TCR, now dropped to third position. Ryan Eversley pitted at or around, is what I'm seeing at the moment, the time of the full course caution. So it is the 77 Brian Herder Autosport of Mike Lewis with the Veloster, two Velosters at the front of the field, with the Mason Filippi driven number 51 Copeland Motorsport, then Ryan, then Steven Simpson. Haven't called the 54 cars number that much, but he's there when it matters in another Veloster. Then Van der Steur in another Veloster. That is the DuPont car, and of course that was ahead of the carnage, Jeremy. So back on the lead lap, we've got four Velosters in the top five in TCR.
That's right. With the number 4 car ducking onto pit lane, that is what allowed Dennis Dupont to get back onto the lead lap. So a stroke of fortune, I think probably the same, possibly actually for Steven Simpson. Not 100% sure about that, but he was probably able to stay on the lead lap before that. So, but certainly a stroke of good luck there for the number 19 car.
Remember, you two, we are looking for our Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race in both GS and TCR, either an on-track race move or strategy call, one from each of the classes. We are the final arbiters of it. I'm a bit scared at having that kind of responsibility and power. We're about 54 minutes from the end of the race, so around about 53 minutes I'll be asking you. We'll have a little bit of a chat, I think, on text as well about that. That's the Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race, and a set of racing tyres in both GS and TCR to be awarded. All right, 50, let's call it 53.5 by the time the green flag goes to the end at the starter stand. And Bill Oberlin, who pulled pretty much the perfect restart last time around, is heading 3 BMWs from Turner, from Stephen Cameron Racing, and from the second Turner Sport, Robbie Foley, who made the best of what was going on. We've got a couple of pit callers as well. We'll get to them in the moment. And that was the second place car. Second and fourth came into the pit lane there. Very, very interesting. Everybody else heads off. Now, Shea Adam, what's the rule about coming into the pits on a restart?
You may follow the safety car in. They changed that as of last year, but we've got a car that is doing a little bit of off-roading.
That's the Optima Batteries number 82 BMW. That's Mike Skeen in the Bimmer World car. He was in 5th position. He'll have dropped back again. Also off-track moment for Motorsport development car, sitting in 7th in TCR. So things are hotting up, Jeremy. You can tell we're getting into the money laps, because having been really sensible on the restarts, everybody's now going mad. They want to find track position for the last 52 minutes.
Yeah, those cars that just ducked into pits now, they reckon they can get to the end from here. I think everybody else is going to have to stop as well at some stage. So this is going to be really interesting. How long do you stay out there before you make that pit stop? If there's another full course caution, then these cars that have already made what will be their final pit stops will be in good shape, because the pits will be closed next time around. Having said that, if there's a long caution, it may enable the cars that are out on track to get to the end without needing that extra pit stop. So a lot more strategy to be played out yet.
It was the Team TGM Camaro that gave the little hip check to the 82 Optima Batteries, the white purple BMW coming through turn 1 into turn 2 there. Again, nothing malicious, just the excitement and the closeness of a restart with under an hour to go. Jeremy, I think you call on that, by the way. That could be. They could have just made, those guys, the Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race, because it's about getting your last pit stop over first, and that's what they're gambling at AWA, Notlad, and at Stephen Cameron Racing. That's the strategy call that they're playing right now, whilst everybody is fighting for position and fighting, by the way, with everything they've got. The Toyota Supra up to 7th position now, quietly. Moved up for Riley Motorsport, and after that restart, only 4 seconds away from the leaders, but it's still 2 BMWs ahead of a Team TGM Camaro, then Mercedes, then BMW, all very tight at the front of the field. But good to see the new car and the new manufacturer, Jeremy, albeit taking a little bit of Air Toyota there, Air Supra, through the chicane behind the pits. But good to see that car up inside the top 10.
Yeah, very much so. And Julian Santero now is a 27-year-old from Mendoza in Argentina. He's got a lot of experience in South American touring car racing. He also did some open wheel stuff before that. He won the Formula Renault 2.0 championship in Argentina in 2013. Clearly a very, very talented driver. I think this is his first race in North America, certainly his first professional race. And he's taken over. It was Javier Quiros from Costa Rica who drove the opening stint, and Alfredo Najri from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, who drove the middle part of the race, and it'll be Julian Santero who brings that car home. And that's a tremendous debut for that Riley Motorsports team and that Toyota Supra GT4 car.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam is monitoring the pits and the paddock with our VP Racing Fuels updates. Still some great racing to come here, I've no doubt about it at all, as the number 17 Audi continues its crawl back up the timing and scoring serial. Not had a great first part of the race, but they've done their best to get on terms. They're in 9th position at the moment for Mikey Taylor in the Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsport. Now, pit stop, TGM in Joe Vardy. We trust. Shea Adam, is this the last pit stop for this car? It must be.
It is, and it's the first of our last pit stops as far as GS is concerned. Nice, shiny, new sticker tires going on to that Chevy Camaro, so the Michelin people will be happy, and hopefully Matt Plum will be pretty happy too. He's out there to fight to the end.
Well, you say the first, but don't forget we had people coming in off the end of the safety car. AWA, Notlad and Stephen Cameron. That was about 52, 53 minutes to go. 48 to 50 minutes. So start the last lap at the wrong point and we're full green all the way. They could be sweating just a little bit. I like that call from TGM. Never second guess Joe Vardy. Jeremy Shaw, but that was at about 49 minutes that car came in, so when he comes out it's going to be closer to 47, and I think that's right slap bang where they can go to on full rich all the way in that TGM Camaro.
I agree. I think it's going to be a stretch for those other three to make it, particularly the McLaren, which has never been particularly frugal in the past.
Good word.
That having said that, the McLaren has got quite a few of the cars have got more fuel than they had last year. The McLaren's 14 litres extra than was the case last year, so that'll certainly help them. That was a problem for the McLarens on several occasions last year in terms of the balance of performance, how much fuel they were allowed, what size of fuel tank they were allowed, and so 14 litres, that's a good bit more than anybody else has been at. Most of the cars have got a bit more this year than last, but that's the most that the fuel tank size minimum has been increased by coming into the 21 season.
Just brilliant restart again by Bill Oberlin, and now it's Team Turner at the front of the field. It's the twofer at the front end with both the 95 and the 96 cars. This could be double tacos if they get them home like this. Looks like a track day, doesn't it, or a demo run. Bill Oberlin and Robbie Foley, they will not be racing themselves right now. The last thing they want to do is cut down the gap between themselves and Matt Plum in the leading Chevrolet Camaro from Team TGM. He's about 1.5 seconds further back. He's got 3/4 of a second on Indy Dodgy in the Winward red, white and blue AMG GT4. Then the Bimmer World Mike Skeen 82 car, that's the white and purple BMW. He's another 2.6 seconds further back. Then Motorsport in action with the now leading McLaren. But remember, all of these guys have got to make a stop. Where is the first car, you ask? That's reasonable. Who has made their last stop? Well, I reckon that's Hugh Plum in 15th position in the number 64 Chevrolet Camaro. Bill in. Right, okay. They're splitting their strategy, which makes sense. You don't want to clutter the pits. Shea Adam, I think they're going to throw a set of tyres at this, or at least half a set of tyres.
They are. They're changing the right side Michelins. Let's see if these are stickers going on. Oh, they are too. That will make Bill very happy. As we wait for the fuel, let's see if they have time to do the left. No, they don't. So it's going to be right sides only. Tear off the windshield. Still waiting on fuel. Bill pulled it a little far away from the pit lane, so the fueler is having to reach quite a bit to get every last drop in. Fuel probe out. Bill Oberlin goes bye-bye.
I love the style of the fuel filler, the fuel man there. The probe's in, and he was bracing himself with his foot against the wall to make sure that fuel probe was right in to the car. There was no doubt that once that was in, it was staying in until the very moment it came back out again. Well, no doubt there, Jeremy. Only 2 Michelin Pilot tyres for that car, but with full fuel loads to the end, no problem. Bill Auberlen on full attack. This is going to be interesting and entertaining for us.
It certainly is, isn't it? Absolutely tremendous. Ryan Eversley now doesn't have much of a lead over Michael Lewis. All of a sudden, the hunt there we are. The Hyundai in contention in the closing stages there, right there in second place. Dennis Dupont now is up into third place in that number 19 car. Great effort by that Van der Steur team. And then Mason Filippi and Stephen Simpson also in Hyundais rounding out the top 5. So it's one lone Honda against 4 Hyundais as we get down to the closing stage of this race. Those are the only cars on the lead lap in TCR.
How long do you leave Robbie Foley out there, Jeremy? Are you, if you're on Turner's pit stand, are you splitting that completely and running Robbie late into the race far as he can go, or do you bring him in next time around?
I have the benefit to actually look at the timing screen as you say that, because they brought him in right now.
Okay.
Robbie Foley is in the pits.
Of course they do.
Julian Santero in the Riley Motorsports Toyota Supra leads this motor race.
What a fantastic debut. Yes, he's got a pit stop, but take nothing away. They have quietly, confidently and impressively, Jeremy, gone about their business in the IMSA debut for the Toyota GR Gazoo Racing GT4. I am more than quietly impressed.
Very much so. Absolutely. Really good effort.
Out goes Robbie Foley. Now, was that 4 tyres for Robbie Shea?
Yes, it was, but they lost a little bit of time doing the 4 tire change because the field probe came out and I counted 6 seconds before the car began rolling because they were still changing the Michelin tires. So we'll have to see how it all plays out.
Here's the Toyota.
2 tires or 4.
Toyota is coming round onto the back straight, of course. That's the leading car. So where did he get out in terms of the other cars who've made the pit stop? Santero then leads for Toyota Supra. Motorsport in action, Spencer Pigot in second position. Robbie Foley in the 96 car back out onto the circuit for BMW and for Turner Motorsport. I've got to say, this is quiet. That must be the Toyota. It's like he's not even revving it. It's got a gas turbine in that or something. It's extraordinary. It's just purring along. Brilliant stuff from those guys. Meantime, in TCR, turned up to gas mark 8. Huge slide from the back end of the Hyundai in second position. That's extraordinary. The Veloster number 77 could not have taken a single mile an hour more through the bus stop there. The back end was saying, hello physics, you've heard of Newton and Einstein and all these people? We have. I know we've got Michelin pilots on, but at some stage the grip does give up, you know. That's fantastic stuff. You would have thought that was a rear-wheel drive car there. And it's allowed Ryan Eversley, Jeremy, just to pull out a tiny little bit, but he's closed down on into turn 1. These 2 cars clearly, again, are cars that make their lap speeds differently, and we've got lap traffic now. Opportunity, perhaps, for the Hyundai.
Yeah, well, this is a great battle, isn't it? Really cool. And the number 19 car, by the way, Dennis Dupont, he pitted last time around in that Van der Steur Racing entry, so he's on a slightly different strategy than these other guys. Meanwhile, back a little, this is the battle for kind of middle of the pack, but number 14 Toyota still leads with the McLaren of Spencer Pigot right on his tail and trying to make a move as they go into the bus stop. Not quite close enough as they headed down the back straight, so it's the Toyota that still leads. Andrew Davis in third place in the McCann Racing Audi. Remember that car running super fast in the early stages of this race as well, and now up into fourth. There it is, Spencer Papelli in the BGB Porsche Cayman. He's less than 6 seconds off the lead.
Right, well, as this is beginning to shake out and the sun is becoming an issue in the driver's eyes, here comes the Supra into the pit lane, followed in by Spencer Pigot in the Motorsport in Action McLaren. So Andrew Davis will go through and take the lead from the Frasun BMW in second. But I reckon it's the AWA car that is actually leading the motor race at the moment. They were the ones who stopped right after that last full course yellow, and Kuno Whitmer in the McLaren then, the 13, has got 9 seconds on the Stephen Cameron car, which pitted at the same time, and another 5 on Bill Oberlin, who pitted from the lead. Shea's got the Toyota.
We do. The number 14, Julian Santero, staying behind the wheel for one more stint to bring it home to the checkered flag. Got a drinks bottle change. Fuel and tires on that car. Fuel and tires on the Mia McLaren as well, as Spencer Pigot is staying aboard. He leaves the pit box, and very nearly a collision with the 77 Hyundai of Mikey Lewis coming in for Brian Herta Autosport. They are doing fuel and front tires on that car as well. But we do have a red S on the timing screen. The number 10 of Scott Andrews, having just left the pit lane, is showing stopped in sector 1. This could be a full course caution.
Right at the pit exit, Shea. It's right at the pit.
He's at the pit exit, but he's not blocking it. The pit exit is clear. Race control has said that, but it does mean that we have a car in potentially a dangerous position. This could be exactly to throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Oh, would it ever? Would it ever? It would close everybody up. The question for me is, how far out of the pit exit has he got? Is he still behind the wall and therefore protected from cars at speed on the track, or has he got beyond it? The pit exit, Jeremy Shaw, even though it's been moved around the corner, he's still actually behind the right-hand protective wall. Through they come. Andrew Davis, McCann Racing, scored as the leader. He, of course, still has to make his final pit stop. Andrew been out there doing great stuff. Great to have him back as well. So this is the battle for the end. Andrew's on his 20th lap. Oh, huge off. Now, that's down at the International Horseshoe, and that is not the same car we were talking about. That is the number 15 Audi, and that has severe front-end damage, and this will be a full course caution with under 40 minutes to go. No choice to do anything but that. The safety vehicle scrambled, so within the last 40 minutes of the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, we are heading back to double yellow and our 6th full course caution of the afternoon, and that is and that looks like that car's gone straight on there, Jeremy. It was the Rockwell Autosport development car, and a man with his name above the door in the car at the time, and 1, 2, 3, 4 safety vehicles there in double quick time. The tyre wall has done its job there, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, it has. That was a heavy impact there. Just to show that they'd had a really good run in that car. Called some good, made some good strategy calls. Nelson Canacha did a really super opening stint, and then Alex Rockwell and Mike Moore both running really well. So it's a disappointing end to their day, and it looks like there might be quite a bit of damage to that car as well. Tell you what, my hat's off here to Freyson Racing. Car number 37. They're running in the 2nd position right now. Absolutely remarkable effort. I think they owe us a pit stop, and unless this is a very long caution period. Wow, yeah, unabated
my
speed.
Goodness.
Ouch.
That was a brake failure.
Yeah,
that was a brake failure, and fair play, because that was throwing the car sideways from Alex Rockwell, and he got it sideways and almost fully backwards. He's out of the car, but that car went in absolutely unabated. So whether the throttle stuck open or the brakes didn't work, or a bit of both, Jeremy, but quite clearly Alex realised, I mean, you brake quite a way back.
That's Nelson Canacha. Look at the
helmet.
Yeah,
you're right, it is.
Venezuelan colours.
Yeah.
Venezuelan colours, yeah.
Excuse me.
He got back in the car for the final stint. My bad. That was my mistake there, John.
No, that's fine. That was actually very good driving by Nelson Canacha, because had he got in forwards, there would have been even more damage. He did scrub off a little bit of speed, not much, but just from the friction, Jeremy, of the Michelin Pilot tyres on the track before he went over the edge of the circuit and on to which is a downhill piece of grass there.
Yes, very slightly. You're right. And fortunately for him, I mean, he's a hugely experienced driver, as Nelson. He's started the Rolex 24 in the past. He's raced in this series for a few races as well some years ago. So he was able to use his experience there to pitch that car sideways rather than just panic stations.
Yeah.
It might otherwise have been. That was a really, really scary moment there. Great to see him out of the car and walking away under his own power.
6 laps of yellow in Andrew Davis's stint at the front of the field. Somewhere between maybe 10 and 12 laps, maybe 13 laps to go from here, with half an hour, just over half an hour to go. Depends how quickly they can get that number 15 Rockwell car. Does he roll the dice and stay out, or does he have to come to pit lane?
Well, if he comes to pit lane, he's going to be behind all of those cars that have already pitted. So it's got to be fairly close. And if this is a full, long caution period, he might be able to get to the end. It's certainly going to be a stretch. But
I'll tell you who this really does help, though, Jeremy. Those cars that stop, that we thought might have been a little bit previous, the AWA on downwards to Kuno Whitmer, because we thought they might be a couple of 3 minutes short on their fuel. No problems for those guys now. So whatever the guys do ahead of them is what will probably see their race. Obviously, they've got a chance to do some overtaking. Ryan Eversley, by the way, leading in TCR, is scored 5th overall. Do you roll the dice in the first race of the season for McCann Racing? Full season entry? Not a full season entry? For that?
I mean, if you can't get to the end, then no, you don't. But if you think there's a chance, yes, you do. And if it comes down to needing another lap or two of caution for another incident later in a race, that would make the difference, then I would say stay out there, because as we hear before, yellows breed yellows. When we have restarts, that's always the most likely time for another caution to come out with another incident at the restart. So yeah, absolutely, for this team, new to this championship, they had a kind of a toe in the water year last year with a handful of races. Should have been more, but it ended up just a few. Now Andrew Davis, he's a vastly experienced driver. He knows how to not only look after the car, but try and conserve as much fuel as he possibly can. So this could end up being just a brilliant call. Jason Fraser there, magnificent second place for Fraser Racing. That's absolutely remarkable for two guys who are making their professional racing debut, I believe, or at least in road racing this weekend. They've done some short track stuff up in the northwest, but a remarkable effort. Fast MD Racing in third, in the second of the Audis are in the top 3, and then that guy Hugh Plum up into fourth position for Team TGM, champion in this series just a couple of years ago. And his brother, by the way.
Davis.
Go ahead, Chair, sorry.
The problem for Andrew Davis is that it might not be a strategy call coming from the box. He might not be able to hear the box. About a minute and a half before the full course caution came out, there was a request put through race control, a mechanical black flag issued to the number 8 machine leading the way, because that typically happens when the crew can't get a hold of the driver.
Right, so he will have to come in then. That's gone out again just a couple of minutes ago. Mechanical black flag, and the pits are open for the GS. So he might have no option then other than to come in. You can answer the mechanical black flag under yellow, obviously. So maybe that at that point, Jeremy, the decision's taken away. They've got to come back and do some remedial work on that car. So in he comes, simple as. At IMSA Radio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us, hashtag R24 Radio. And don't forget, Shea, Jeremy and I have to make a couple of decisions in the next half an hour for the Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race. I've been watching what you're seeing on IMSA Radio as well, at IMSA Radio. Ryan Eversley dived into the pits at just the right time. That's been mentioned. I think that's reasonable. I really do. What about the quiet drive by Team TGM up into 4th position? Their second car with the pit stop, still in the top 10. Been a good day for them. Toyota leading the race. There's a lot to look at here, Jeremy.
Yeah, Freyson Racing for sure.
Yes.
Their first race at this level, just to be up in the top 5 as they were, now second. That's been a remarkable performance. And the good news about this new award for this season, the Michelin Pilot Challenge. This is the moment of the race, isn't it?
Correct,
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, look, it could go. It could be in the pits. It could be on the track. It could be anything. I love the fact that we've got so much to choose from. Except I don't, because it gives us so much to choose from.
Well, there would be a lot of series around the world who would concoct something like this to try and make dull races slightly more exciting. The problem with Michelin Pilot Challenge is you've never needed that, and all we've got to do is we've got 16 million incidents, accidents and moments of the race to choose from. By the way, the safety crews, and thank you to all of our marshals, corner workers, safety crews, the medical team, as well, of course, as all of our volunteers around the circuit, both in and out the pits, whether they've been pointing you to park the cars, taking temperatures, whatever's been done. Great work by everybody, and that number 10 car that we heard of stuck at the pit exit earlier on has been retrieved. The silver Mercedes on the tow rope from LMP Motorsports and that Bluff City Racing team then are back in towards the paddock, and here comes Andrew Davis into the pit lane, being followed in by the rest of the top running cars. So here's the race right here. Top 3 are in the pit lane, Shay.
And the top 2 passed the safety car when they dropped below the line, so that'll be the same penalty issued to Murillo. It is a tear-off for the Freyson BMW and fuel, and it should be fuel and tires, I would imagine, for Andrew Davis, as he's been out there a little bit longer. And yep, they're opening the door on his Audi to actually try and figure out why he wasn't able to hear. Also coming into the pit lane was the Murillo Racing Mercedes and the Fast MD Audi. What a GS debut it's been for Alex Papadopoulos and James Vance running in that 83 machine. Fuel and tires for both of the Audis can now confirm, which means that our leader is Hugh Plum in the 64 Team TGM Chevrolet Camaro. That would be the blue one that he shares with Owen Trinkler and Ted Giovannis. I'm not going to say it because I'm not going to jinx it, but I hope in about 27 minutes you know what I'm thinking, and I'm going to say that out loud.
That is 6 laps so far of yellow flag in a stint. That is nearly 50 minutes already. He's done a stint, but of course 6 laps have been under yellow. So I reckon, and this is basic arithmetic, Jeremy, he's probably got another 12 minutes at a push, and we've got 26 minutes remaining. I cannot believe that car can go to the end for Team TGM from here.
Which car? It's number 64 car.
Leading at the moment.
Fair comment. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, there's going to be a stretch. Ted Giovannis, of course, has never actually won a race. He's had finished second before, never won one. So it would be an amazing moment for him. But look, who was in second place, or is in second place? There will be the class split before we go back to green, so he won't hold it. But it's Ryan Eversley in the leading TCR car, was actually up to second place overall in this race at this moment in time. So that's kind of cool. But hugely crucial was the fact that both the number 19 and the number 17 and the number 33 TCR cars all got the wave around.
Yeah.
They are now back on the lead lap in TCR for when we go back to green. Mikey Taylor in number 17 car was 2 laps down at one stage, and I think is now back on the lead lap, and that is a very, very fast car. It has set the fastest lap of the race. That is the only one of the Audis that's running the sequential gearbox option, which is as opposed to the DSG gearbox in the other Audis in the TCR category. Mikey Taylor has set the fastest lap of the race in TCR.
I'm still trying to work. I've got to tell you, Kuno Whitmer, I think they're sitting pretty in.
Oh, no question.
Because they can have no fuel problems now. That was a gamble. That was a gamble for them to come in straight after the safety car period with about 53 minutes to go. And that for me at the moment, is the moment of the race when they made that decision. Whole host of things had to go their way. Can Hugh Plum and Team TGM usurp that? It's not about who wins this race, and that's not what we're handing it out for, but we are looking for something that positively affected the team or the driver in each of the categories. TCR, well, Ryan Eversley, surely for TCR.
17.
Sorry?
The 17 car, number 17 car, the Unitronics JDC Miller Motorsports car, was 2 laps down.
Yes.
They managed to get those back on the lead lap. And,
like it.
They got a very strong car. That number 17 car, by the way, the driver, they'd never even driven with that sequential gearbox before the raw test last weekend. Not even a shakedown. So that their first time. Oh, actually, no, they weren't at the. Were they at the shakedown? They weren't. No, they weren't at the raw test. The first time that car turned a wheel was in practice on whatever day it was, Wednesday, I guess, wasn't it? For the first practice session of the weekend. That was the first time they'd had a run in that car with that car at all.
In from second place in TCR, Shea Adam, Stephen Simpson in the number 54.
It's fuel and front tires for Stephen Simpson as the crew and Katie Brennan watched on as the pit stop was going according to plan. They did have a car pull in immediately behind them. That was the 17. No, who was it? I don't actually know who pulled in behind them. I'm a little bit confused.
17.
It was the 17, yes.
I didn't think their pit boxes were next to each other, but okay. So it was the 17, Mikey Taylor getting service. He's getting fuel and tires as well. Front tires only for the TCR cars.
54, 85, 98 and 17 all came into the pit lane. There'll be no final wave by, but the GS cars will be allowed to go back to the front of the field. Thank you for...
John,
Go on,
excuse me.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
Well, you know, I'm so...
You're excited, aren't you? You're really excited.
Brilliant. It's brilliant. But that could be a great call there by the number 54 team. Fresh tyres on a TCR car are worth a lot. And both he and the number 17 are going to have a fresh, at least a fresher set, if not a brand new set, for the final maybe 20 minutes of this race. That could be really interesting.
And with the class split, of course, everybody between gets taken out of the way.
Yeah.
So Ryan Eversley doesn't end up with 22 cars between himself and Mikey Taylor, or 16 cars between himself and Mason Filippi, because they'll all be out of the way. The GS cars will go further up the field. And Stephen Simpson, if anybody's going to get the best out of a set of new tyres, Stephen Simpson is one of the guys that you would pick for that, Jeremy. We don't need those afterwards, Stevens. So you've got 20 odd minutes and absolutely cane them. Oh, all right then, if I must.
and Mikey Taylor, of course, they drove for the same team last season for JDC Miller Motorsports. Mikey still drives for that team. Stephen Simpson and Michael Johnson, they're now driving for for Michael Johnson Racing, but it's part of Brian Herder Autosport. So with those two former teammates, they're going to be going hammer and tongs towards the end of this race.
You ready? All right. Another helping of popcorn for this one. Don't you dare settle back. Don't think of dozing off wherever you are in the world. Coming up to
John,
a quarter past. Go ahead, Jeremy.
The number 93 car that's in second place on the road is a lap down, so it's not in contention for the win at this stage.
Coming back to green in the evening sunshine at a 5:15, 5:15. Green flag is in the air, 20.5 minutes to go. Hugh Plum for Team TGM can let that car barn Audi go. Get on the radio to him. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to fight. Just keep on your line. And it's the cars behind that really matter. Now, let's see who has got the best handling car. Who gets the Michelin pilots up to temp and pressure. Well, it looks like Hugh Plumb wants to keep his position, and I suppose I understand that, because it gives him a little bit of cover behind. The Toyota has done super well. 6th position for Julian Santero. Robbie Foley and Bill Auburn ahead of him in the BMWs, but he's going past the number 09 at the moment, and that's another car that's slightly out of position. That's the Automatic Racing Aston Martin. So still the Plumb car leads for Team TGM. Chevy Camaro from McLaren, from 3 BMWs, from a Toyota, from another Camaro. That's your top 7. And it's just as tight in TCR, with Honda from 4 Hyundais and then a couple of Audis. Oh, this is going to get really spicy. Over the top for the McLaren into second. Into second on the roads for Kuno Wittmer for AWA. They rolled the dice after the safety car, just under an hour to go, and they dived into the pit lane. Kuno Wittmer has not done a lot of green flag running on those tyres, so he's got fuel and he's got good tyres. He'll want to get by if he can. He goes to the high side immediately. He's not even going to want to wait. Side by side with the chrome blue Camaro. And the McLaren goes through as they enter the tri-oval, and there's nothing that the Camaro can do. Hugh Plumb drops to second. The BMWs are led by Stephen Cameron Racing, 13, 64, 43 across the line, and then everybody else is in 5th position. Extraordinary stuff here, Jeremy. This is like the A-main on a Saturday night. Everybody's out for the prize money.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just going to be for second place, but it's going to be a heck of a battle for second place. Kuno Wittmer will now check out, but what a battle this is behind him. It's absolutely tremendous. So people they're going to get their elbows out now, because this is money time. This is the final 17 minutes of this race.
Yeah, points awarded at round about what we got, 7.5, 8 laps, maybe a bit more at the end of this one. 8 laps to go is the computer prediction. So onto the high banks again, and Wittmer finishing this race, Jeremy, as he started it, with AWA and the McLaren being able from very early. It's very good on cold tyres, that McLaren. He was very sure-footed, and it's got the pace as well on the high banks, and that was where he's made the passes. And combined with the great strategy at the end of that safety car period, AWA are heading off into the sunset, literally as well as metaphorically.
Yeah, they are. I don't think anybody's going to get anywhere near them, but the battle for second is really heating up. Those 2 BMWs now just got past the Chevrolet. Hugh Plumb perhaps out there trying to save some fuel at this stage in the race. He's already lost that second place, but the 2 BMWs are going at it there as well. This is far from over, certainly for second place.
It's going to be 3 BMWs, isn't it? Because it's Gregory Leafu, Bill Auberlen, Mike Skeen, and Robbie Foley, 4 BMWs. And don't forget, Robbie Foley is the only one out there with 4 tyres. I think everybody else took none or 2. Bill took 2, didn't he, on the right-hand side? Through comes Wittmer. The gap is 1.2 seconds to the first of the BMWs. Stephen Cameron Racing, what a run it's been for them in that purple and orange number 43 car. Remember, Mike Skeen was on the grass not too long ago on one of the restarts on the infield in the Bimmer World number 82 Optima Batteries car. That's the white purple machine. Bit wide and wide and woolly for Bill Auberlen coming out of the first of the 2 infield hairpins, the International Horseshoe, so called because of the flags of nations that are around the outside. The Toyota, the Supra's not finished either. Robbie Foley's got his hands full out of turn number 5, gets the run down to turn 6. Hugh Plumb ahead is a bit of a blocker, 3 wide into turn 6. No way! Thankfully, somebody had the sense to back out of that. That could have been very expensive very quickly, but the Toyota has gone past Robbie Foley and now stays down on the double yellow lines and will draft through. I don't think Hugh Plumb's got the fuel, and that's what he's running to. He's looking for fuel mileage now. Toyota then, Jeremy Shaw, up to 5th position in its debut.
Yeah, really impressive. And after the Roar last week. There was a slight balance performances change to the Toyota Supra. They were given a different power stick. They've gone from the blue power stick to the red power stick. There's complicated, but basically it's the electronics that gives them a little bit more power than they had last week. But they certainly haven't shown this sort of speed any other stage during the weekend. But that car is running really, really well now. Julian Santero, his best lap is at 54.8. Which is about a second down on the leaders, but he's really done a super job in these late stages.
Fastest lap of the race by Kuno Wittmer. He clocked that earlier on with a 53.2. He's just done a 53.9 on older tyres. Extraordinary stuff. Best lap of the race for Mike Skeen in second for Bimmerworld, and that 82 car is in second now. Also best lap of the race turned by Bill Oberlin for that car, 53.8. This is getting spicy. Oh, and by the way, TCR, by no means over yet. Brian Herder, Autosport, Hyundai Veloster, Mikey Lewis in the 77. Mike Lewis in the 77 and Ryan Eversley in the Atlanta Speedworks car. That's the 94 blue and yellow car going down to the International Horseshoe right now. First and second together. Stephen Simpson on 4 new tyres with traffic between him. He's trying to get back onto terms with those two, but he's not in the picture at the moment after the restart. So that hasn't quite worked out for them. 13.5 minutes to go. Honda versus Hyundai for TCR honours in this opening race of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge for 2021. I'm giggling like a schoolboy because Jeremy and Shea, you two both know, and I think most of our audience do, that this is what this championship's been like for quite some time now. It just keeps producing. Yes, we've had some safety cars to close things up, but even when we didn't, the racing today has been absolutely outstanding, Jeremy.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Just tremendous from start to finish. And we don't really probably have much of a battle for the lead at the moment overall, but we certainly do in TCR with Honda against Hyundai in the closing stages. And Ryan Eversley, of course, hugely experienced. Although it's been a while since he found himself in victory lane, but he's got his bit between his teeth right now, and he's going to hang on as best he can. He's been sharing this car with Greg Strelzoff, who's his last race in this series was back in 2016. He's had 41 starts in this championship, but the last one back in 2016. A great return for Greg, and the team principal there, Todd Lamb, also has been part of this driver lineup. And Eversley now just stretched out just a little bit going into the final 12 minutes of this race.
BMW, second, third, fourth, and indeed fifth. So add another BMW to that. They are all scrapping, and it is scrapping because it's 4 scraps at the moment. Second on down, McLaren, the British sports car manufacturer, not had it all their own way with this GT4 McLaren 570S. In fact, a couple of their GT cars took a little while to get into their stride, but it's been the class of the field today, as have AWA. What a great run so far it's been for Ori Fadani and Kuno Wittmer. Ori got involved in a little bit of bumping and barging, the man from north of the border, but kept it together right at the end of the race. Would you believe it? And it's the DuPont-driven Van der Steur Racing Hyundai Veloster that is off the track, and we are full course yellow at Daytona with 11 minutes on the nose still to go. That'll be a quick tour required. Would you believe it? Just when we were building up. Well, the good news is it'll bring everybody back. That's our 7th full course caution. And was there just a little bit of bumping and barging in the bus stop as well between Turner BMW and the number 43 Stephen Cameron car? just before that came out, Jeremy.
Yeah, it pretty clean. Just a lunge down the inside from Bill Oberlin there, but he was absolutely alongside at the turning point there. So a really incisive move there from Bill Oberlin, using all of his experience. Yes, it was.
Well, there's a candidate for moment of the race. Got it done just before the yellow flag puts that car on the podium for Bill Oberlin. Remember, he took right side tyres only. So Whitmer will be dragged back. We're down at turn 5. Oh, please let this car flat toe. Please tell me we don't have to lift it. No lock transmission. Get the clutch kicked in. There is somewhere to get that car out. That's down at turn 5, I think, Jeremy, isn't it? Yeah, it is. See from the shadows. And the car's on the other side of the circuit. Is it quite that far? Yeah, it might be. 9.5 minutes. We've already lost 90 seconds. Got to be done safely. Don't want to do any damage to the car either. Thanks for being with us today on 107.9 Around the Circuit, and our great appreciation to all the technical staff at the raceway itself, Daytona International Speedway, for making sure that our voices can be heard on 107.9 and around the track on the PA system, and also to Tyler Norling and the rest of his group. In a hard-working paddock, some of the hardest working people, serving several masters, including the broadcast. So thank you very much indeed, Tyler, and your team, for making sure all the links were working, particularly from our colleagues in Charlotte's NASCAR Productions, making sure we can see every inch of the track. Beautiful pictures today. Very impressive. Bad news for the BGB Porsche. That is a sad sight to see with only 8.5 minutes to go. Shea Adam, car going behind the wall. Yeah, that's dead stick. And that's a shame. That was a quick car, Jeremy. A very quick car when it was going. Actually, it might still have the fastest lap with it. No, it has not. Whitmer got it back, excuse me.
Whitmer got it back again, you're right. But it was fast, and Spencer was driving it quickly. Unfortunately, they had that tyre coming off the rim a while ago when the car was leading the race. They got back in there, they were on the lead lap, but I think clearly something wasn't quite right with that car during this last stint, because Spencer wasn't going anywhere near as quickly as he was going earlier on. So we're really disappointing end to what was a tremendous performance, a really good qualifying run yesterday by Tom Collingwood, his best by a long way, really good effort. And then John Teasty did a nice job for his 40-minute stint, and then Spencer Pempelli was going to bring it home, and he was looking good, but unfortunately the day is going to end up early for that team. But yeah, this is going to be interesting now, isn't it, in these last few laps. Incidentally, just before the caution came out in TCR, Mikey Taylor did manage to find a way round Stephen Simpson. Yeah. So number 17 car ahead of number 54. Ryan Eversley will still lead from Michael Lewis, champion 2 years ago for Brian Hurd Autosport with Kerbag-Ajanian in a Hyundai, but it's now Honda, Hyundai, Audi in the top 3 positions in TCR.
No, we often talk about, we talk about the cars at the front a lot, and whilst we're considering our Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race, some of the teams who've had worse luck today but will not give up, worth a shout out for some of those guys who fought their way back from all kinds of problems down the field. And what I'm going to pick out, because I've been watching his progress, Robin Liddell was 4 laps down at one stage, and they've used the cautions really well at Rebel Rock Racing. He's now just a lap off the lead, and he's probably not going to get any better than that. But if proof were needed, Jeremy, that you've got to keep thinking, just because you have problems and you drop back, you've got to keep thinking on your feet and get there somewhere. You never know what's going to happen.
Very true. Yeah, absolutely right. You don't, and you never give up in this business. And the Camaros have had a good, strong run in general. both TGM cars are running up towards the front end. They don't. This is not the track that's going to be best suited to the Camaros. It's a big car with a big frontal area on it. It's not going to be as quick as some of these other cars, particularly here on the high banks at Daytona. But for the rest of the season, watch out for those Chevrolets. And the number 71 Rebel Rot team might not get the result they deserved, but as you say, just one lap down now, and certainly in contention for they're inside the top 20. And from where they've come from in this race, a good comeback.
So it's time for you to just think very hard, please, about your TCR and GS Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race, either an on-track race move or an off-track strategy call that has impacted the team finish. Doesn't have to be one of the leading cars. There's been some very good performances out there behind the wheel and behind the computer screens. I will be consulting with my two IMSA radio colleagues for that as we're about to go back to green. They'll be mulling that over as I take a deep breath with 4.5 minutes to go. 2 laps, I reckon, possibly 3, depending on when they get round to the lap. Get round to the start line after 2 laps. I think it's got to be 3, Jeremy. Yes, I agree with you. We're underway again. Kuno Wittmer gets away for AWA. Then it's a bevy of BMWs, and right in there, the Toyota Supra GT4. What a fairy story this could be. What a brilliant opening. And Wittmer has not got the start this time, but the BMWs are scrapping amongst themselves. Here comes the BMW in second place. It's Bimmerworld, it's Mike Skeen, and Kuno Wittmer manages just to ease away 1 or 2 cars lengths through the kink and down towards the turn number 5, the scene of that last accident. The Optima Batteries cars tries to go to the left-hand side. That's the long way around. Oh, but that will get the inside for turn 6. Oh, there's a bit moved over there by the McLaren. Now, for once, the McLaren does not seem to be that good on the cooler tyres, and the BMW can pick its line behind. All of the BMWs are moving around, but now on the high bank, surely the slippy shape of the McLaren. That was great driving there, Jeremy, by Wittmer. Yeah. He knew he was under threat there in that early part of the infield lap, and he's managed to weather that storm. That could be the race right there.
Yeah, the Canadian user, all of experience there. He knew if he could get onto the banking, he'd be long gone, and that's exactly what it was. So he just made that car a little bit wide coming out of turn 5, made sure he had the advantage of going to turn 6, and then he's back out onto the banking and gone. But this battle for second place is absolutely tremendous. Mike Skeen, what a great job he has done in that second position, with Bill Auberlen right behind him and Gregory Leofouge in the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW right there as well, and Robbie Foley is in the mix. Wow, what a turn of speed there for Bill Auberlen. Ouch.
That's what you call a draft, isn't it? My goodness. Now, the BMWs are side by side. This looks like a green-white checker in a cup race. All the BMWs, for a moment there, were 4 wide coming down to the transition. And this is allowing Kuno Wittmer to get away in the AWA McLaren. I don't think time's going to elapse. We've got still just on 2 minutes. They'll be back to the start-finish line before that goes out. So we're going to get one more after this one, Jeremy.
Yep, definitely. And that was remarkable. I mean, there's 4 BMWs. They actually ended that lap the same positions in which they started it. But as you say, there were 4 wide coming towards the start-finish line. That was pretty remarkable.
So just 90 seconds to go in TCR. The Unitronic Audi has taken the lead. It's Audi from Honda from Hyundai. Wonderful run from Mikey Taylor, and that is a brilliant run since the restart, and the tactics has been great as well. Now, was he a bit previous on the restart? It's being looked at the moment. So let's bear that in mind. Battle for second position. Bill Auberlen, right side tyres taken last time around. Round the outside. Oh, magnificent stuff from Bill Power. Round the outside, up against the wall, but with those new right side Michelin Pilot tyres, he's working them now. one more lap after this one. I don't think he can catch the leader. 1.2 seconds up the road for Kuno Wittmer. But Bill Power is playing its part, and Turner Motorsport, great call with Robbie Foley, by the way, sitting in 5th position. That could all change as once again they draft 1, 2, 3, 4 wide through the tri-oval, and the two Turner cars are on the inside. Here comes the number 82 Bimmer World car, but Oberlin holds on to it. This is the final lap. We promised you 4 hours of the BMW Endurance Challenge. We're going to be over that by a couple of minutes. Additional time. Extraordinary stuff. Little splash of fuel required for the number 64 right at the end, but it's been a perfectly judged race at the front of the field. Kuno Wittmer has a little bit of the infield and then the run round to the checkered flag. Perfect strategy call by AWA to get him into the pits with just over 53 minutes to go. And in TCR, what a race that's been as well. Start to finish, front to back. Eversley just lost the lead. Great move by Mikey Taylor, the Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsports car. The yellow car ahead of the blue and yellow car. 3rd place, Brian Herters, first of the Velosters. It's not been the best debut for the Elantras, has it? They both had problems. Then Michael Johnson Racing, Stephen Simpson just not able to make those 4 new Michelins work for him on the restart. Meantime, 2nd, 3rd and 4th absolutely together.
Actually, what's interesting about the BMW is that the Turner car just leaps off the bus stop, but at the end of the straight, the Bimmer World car seems to be a little bit quicker. He's coming back now, he's going to go back.
This is the battle for second, Jeremy. It's going to be McLaren, AWA. Fadani and Whitner will take the first round of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge 2021. Oberlin goes through. That was the battle for 3rd, in fact. And Turner, Robbie Foley, with a brilliant move, a brilliant last half lap, gets through into 3rd position. McLaren, then the 2 Turner BMWs from Bimmer World, from BMW M4, for Matt Plum, who coaxes the 46 car to 6th position. The 64 did have to stop for fuel. We thought they would. And there is joy unbounded on the TCR winning pit stand for Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsports, ahead of a hard-charging Ryan Eversley for Honda in 2nd, and 3 manufacturers on the TCR podium with Hyundai and one of their Velosters. And it was Stephen Simpson got 3rd place on the last lap as well. There's another potential candidate for the Michelin Pilot move of the race. Whew. Jeremy Shaw, AWA, good driving, great strategy. They did a good job today in that 4-hour contest to win GS.
They certainly did. They didn't put a wheel wrong, I don't think, or barely. Well, I guess there was one wheel wrong early on, wasn't it? Because there was a penalty for Ori Fadani. But other than that, the strategy was right. They got a little bit of good fortune, I think, with the timing of some of the yellows. And then Kuno Wittmer used all of his experience to extend that remarkable streak of success that he has had here at Daytona International Speedway. That's now 3 wins to go along with his 2 seconds and a third on this 3.5 mile oval, road course oval.
Share TCR, the usual, a street fight from the street-based cars, and what a good win for JDC.
Yeah, and who would have thought that a year out, they finished 2nd last year to Mikey Taylor and Dr. Will Talley, and now a year later, 1 step better. The odds were against them in terms of how stacked the field was, but they managed to get it done. And another year, another Audi victorious at Daytona International Speedway.
Well, in the evening sunshine, that's the front end of that, the yellow front end is gold for the McLaren, and we have 2 yellow cars in the victory lane with the Unitronic car there as well. And our Michelin moment of the race, Michelin Pilot moment of the race for GS came right at the end the third place move for Robbie Foley with the side draft pass at the home of stock car racing in the GS. So that goes to Turner Motorsport in 96. As the FAF car comes to, the AWA FAF car comes to victory circle. What a drive that was by Kuno Whitmer and Ori Fadani. Well, we've got our moment of the Michelin Pilot moment of the race for GS. We're still sifting through TCR at the moment. New set of tyres going to Turner Motorsport. Jeremy Shaw. I know it's the winner, but really you've got to look at the Unitronic JDC. The 19 car as well did a great job. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for just their second race at this level, number 19 car, they had problems at the end and slipped back. But I mean, it was a great run by Van der Steur and Dupont in this race for me. But Mikey Taylor coming from 2 laps down back to win it, super impressive. He had a fast car. That's the first time, but again, it's the first time that car's turned a wheel. Was coming here just a couple of days ago. So
Jeremy, I think it's got to go to the JDC guys, because we're just hearing we think that car may have run out of fuel on the slowing down lap. So not only great driving, but absolutely spot on strategy. Are we in agreement, Miss Adam?
No, they didn't run out of fuel on the last lap. They ran out of fuel coming into the pit
pits,
lane.
That's right, yes.
And then the crew had to run up the pit lane, drag the car into its box.
That's it, yes.
They refueled it. That's got to be it for me.
So the moment of the race is the crew getting that car back into the race with no motive power. Okay, they're still going to get it. So Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race goes to the crew of the 17 car who pushed that car up the pit lane to get it back in, and it came from 2 laps down to win. Well, there's our 2 Michelin Pilot Challenge moments of the race for the first round this year. We'll take some final thoughts from you, Jeremy Shaw. I do like these 4-hour races, and so do the teams. We've got another one to come, but what a great start to the season.
Boys. Yeah, fantastic. This is what the Michelin Pilot Challenge is all about. Really close racing, a bunch of different cars up there. This track certainly suits the McLaren and apparently the BMW, but hats off to a whole bunch of people. I mean, that Michelin award really could have gone to just about anybody. Particularly tip of the hat to Riley Motorsports and the Toyota Supra team, and also Freyson Racing, car number 37 there. They had some problems at the end. They had a penalty at the end, dropped them back down the order. But for their first professional race at this level, hats off to Freyson Racing for the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, very good indeed. Shea Adam was our VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock reporter. Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh from the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. I'm not sure what else we can say about that other than we've got 24 hours of racing to come on Saturday. Will be Michelin Countdown to green from 3 o'clock Eastern time. The green flag is 3:40. Sound and vision on imsaradio.com. To all of the teams and drivers and their PR support and everybody who talked to us under difficult circumstances from the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge paddock for the BMW Endurance Challenge to kick off the season. Thank you very much indeed. And wherever you were around the world, either around the track on 107.9 or around the world on imsaradio.com, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk through this one with you. I hope you've enjoyed it and you want to come back across the weekend. Our technical team in London was led by Tim Gray, and the responsible adult, as always, Eve Hewitt, making sure all went well. Great team effort from everyone at the track and on the broadcast side as well. Thank you very much indeed. Good night. The Rolex is next. Just one more race for the weekend. It just happens to be 24 hours. Bye-bye.